Greetings, everyone. Thank you all for coming to join me again for what I suspect is probably going to be the conclusion of Final Fantasy VI. The song you're asking about, Rishi, let me pull that up for you. I have a link to it, actually, or I can get one. Yeah, Drax. You show up here for a stream and you're surprised to hear me on the microphone? Let me see here, Rishi. There you go. Right. Why else would people come here, Rishi? All right, let me... Hey, Sebero! Haven't seen you for a while. How you doing?
Greetings.
Hello, Samson.
Undead warrior.
Stravramula, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Which game, Mad Salt? This one? FF6? Oh, excellent, Sebero. I'm so glad. I'm glad that I was able to catch you on your day off, or that you were able to catch me on your day off, I guess. Hello, Denim. Denim, I thought you hated Final Fantasy XII. Or did you get the what is it, the Zodiac Age version, or whatever it's called? Excellent, Mad Salt. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, Wingless, I did. I did go back and finish him off. He actually dropped the the rarer and somewhat ironically worse item, or rather, I stole from him the second and worse item the second time I tried to fight him. Oh, the airship, Drax? Well, monsters like that do exist in this game. Hello, Cybertron, welcome. Oh, it's 15 you hate. Okay, Denim. I see. Huh. Nice, Hazard. Yeah, the job point grind, that can be pretty mind-numbing. I know how it is. The most unfortunate thing about the War of the Lions version of Tactics is that they patched the bug that let you essentially get infinite job points on any job that had a list of abilities with more than one page. Yeah, Rishi, for some reason there are two songs with exactly the same name, but I like that version better. Hello, Breakfast. Indeed you are. It was toward the end, Wingless. Like, within probably about an hour of the end. I don't think too many people disagree with you on that, Cybertron, about 13. Sebero, unfortunately, the mobile versions of just about all of these games are terrible. And that's because Square Enix can't be bothered to put the effort in to do a proper re-release. They just port the mobile version to consoles. Yeah, Sabero. Maybe someday they'll change that, but then again, I think what it's going to take in order to change that is massive drops in sales and fan backlash and that kind of thing. The sorts of things that not all developers necessarily learn the right lessons from. No, Drax, I'm specifically talking about the versions of the game that were released on cell phones, the smartphone versions that were then sort of retro-ported back onto PSN for use on... Or I guess really they ended up on Steam. The ones on PSN are the PS1 versions, but the versions that ended up on Steam are the cell phone versions. Yeah, Hazard, there's a setup that was... It became quite popular in Tactics, and it works in all versions, which is basically whatever job you want to level up, you get your team set up with the jobs you want leveled, you bring them into battle, you kill off all but one enemy, and you turn everybody on the field into frogs, but you leave one person on your team as like a white mage with, generally you want to set them up with move, recover MP if you can, or some other way of regenerating MP infinitely. And then you basically you set everyone as frogs so that they can only do 1 damage to each other, and then cast Berserk on them. And then they basically just auto-battle, and every time they doink each other for 1 damage, they gain they gain job points. And so they just, pretty much they gain job points on autopilot with minimal intervention from you, other than every, like, 20 turns when you have to cast Cure or Regen on them or something. Yeah, pretty much everything they've brought to Steam, Drax, they did that with. They just put a lazy mobile port on Steam. Which is why I'm playing the PS1 version of this. But yeah, Hazard, if you are playing the original Final Fantasy Tactics rather than the War of the Lions version, there's a really nice little bug that you can use to instantly get 9,999 job points as long as the job in question has a list of abilities that takes up more than 1 page, even if it's only 1 slot more than 1 page. Saves you a ton of time grinding that crap. And frankly, the JP grind in FF Tactics is a little unreasonable. Yeah, Breakfast. It seems like the original versions, for the most part, are the best ones. I agree, Vincent. It really is a shame that, and Japanese developers in general, for cultural reasons that we've already discussed on previous streams, don't really seem to have much reverence or respect for their old IPs at all. One of the best examples of that phenomenon is a meme that was floating around. It was the dog meme with Nintendo as a dog saying, please remember, no play, only remember. Hello, Sage, welcome. Hello, Waltz Queen, welcome as well. The ports on the PS3, Drax, are of the PS1 versions, like the ports of FF5 and 6. They're the versions from Final Fantasy Anthology, which was the PS1 release. And they've got a couple of quality of life things over the SNES version, which are really nice. But unfortunately, they've also had a couple of the best setups nerfed, or at least 6 has. Ah, gotcha, Hazard. Yeah, breakfast. Right, I'm so glad. Yeah, that's the one, Ryuji. Thank you. Man, you are right on the ball today. Somebody had his morning tea already. Granted, it's 9 p.m., but... Yeah, it makes me sad just looking at this, Ryuji. Oh, you're well behind me then, Ryuji. What are you, in California? Somewhere on America's West Coast, then? Yeah, Ryuji, of course. If you're in that time zone, there's like a 1 in 4 or 5 chance you're in California. Ugh, alright, well... Let's see, so... There are a couple of things that I'd like to do today. We have a very little bit of story left that we need to get out of the way. And I don't really... I'd like to avoid trying to do too much Velt grinding. There are still a couple of rages that I would like, but for us to actually track down those enemies is going to take a lot of time. So I kind of feel like maybe we go do other things first and then see how everyone is feeling. It's... So, we need to go get Shadow's dream sequences, first of all. We haven't done that yet. And it would be nice if we could maybe raise everyone's level a little bit for the final battle with Kefka, maybe at least to 50, which isn't too far off and shouldn't take too long. It's... Oh, I think actually we're gonna need to have Shadow in the party anyway. Before anything else... Locke needs to equip Bismarck for that level up bonus. Everyone else is all set with what they need. For now. Ah, geez, Rishi. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get your refund back. Breakfast, I've mentioned this before, but the majority of the time on the clock was time where I left the game on when I went to do other things, or just fell asleep. I haven't actually been spending that much time playing. I certainly haven't spent 99 hours and 59 minutes. Well, Hexmaniac, the thing is, we could go do the final battle now, as we are. It would be entirely doable, but it would also be kind of annoying. Hello, Shot Gang, welcome! Yeah, Rakish Sage, 16-bit limitations, right? Alright, so... First of all, let's go deal with... Yeah, we might as well get Shadow's stuff out of the way first, I suppose. Well, they're true to the original concept work, Sage. Well, Shotgang, the thing is, I have a plan for Kefka. For Kefka himself, at least. Well, Hex, yes and no. The thing is, level 50 is more than enough. I think, in fact, it should be just about right. For what I want, for the experience that I want anyway, and... I mean, it's conceivable that you could take your team to level 99, because they give you everything you need in this game to do that. But that's a little bit superfluous even for me. With the system of strength balancing in Final Fantasy VI, there's no real need. Even the strongest enemies in this version of the game don't require level 99. Breakfast, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Doug in the Trench. Really appreciate that. Congrats, Doug! Sounds like you've done a pretty good job of adulting today. Breakfast, you're a madman. You are incredible.
Lord wins, blessing upon.
Oh god, he's going for it. Breakfast, thank you for gifting another sub to Cybertron, and a tier 2 at that. Breakfast, maybe, just maybe, we're both crazy. Alright, so we're just gonna take Shadow and Mog for this, because... Woohoo, no encounters! Oh god, breakfast. Ah, very nice, Doug. It sounds like a good day indeed.
Lord wins, blessing blessing upon
Breakfast, thank you so much for gifting another Tier 2 sub to Shermo. All right. Okay. We just finished catching up on chat here because it appears we've actually got quite a lot of activity today. Hello, Amateur. You know what, Doug? Good adults who take care of getting their certifications and setting up their IRA accounts and all of that stuff deserve a little bit of ice cream. I don't think anyone is going to tell you you haven't earned a little bit of ice cream, because I'm certainly not going to tell you that. You eat your ice cream, Doug. You live your best life. Okay, now... Oh, whoops. No, I don't want to land here. Huh. So, first of all... Oh, wait, that's not actually a town. I believe we need to sleep in... I think we need to sleep in several different towns. I think we might actually need to go to Narsh as well, so it occurs to me we're going to need Locke for that, so that he can open the doors. So let's just...
Lord winds blessing upon
Breakfast, thank you for gifting another Tier 2 sub to Vincent. Jeez, man. You really are going for 300 today, aren't you? let's check Nourish. And I believe... Yeah, there we go. I don't think we unlocked this last time, so we'll have to unlock it again now. The thing is, I don't know if... Oh. We can't even actually stay here. You know, I hope that by missing this, we didn't screw ourselves... Oh, no, you know what? We couldn't possibly have screwed ourselves out of being able to see a dream here. Because the moment you try to walk into Narsh with Shadow in your party in the world of balance, they'll just leave. So there's no way to rest here at the inn with him in the party. Alright. So Mobliz first. Oh, really, Breakfast? Is that what you're going for? Oh, wait, no, this is Nicaea. Alright. Well, so much the better. We ought to... Maybe, Vincent? I was planning to swing by Doma anyway to try sleeping there, but it's possible. There we are. Clyde, I'm done for. Find me here. Please, Clyde. Jesus, Breakfast. I mean, it's your prerogative, but don't break the bank on my account. Darn right, Shot Gang. I think we've already seen one of these. We've seen the one that you get automatically when you have Shadow return to your party. Okay, I guess we'll try Doma next then, because I was under the impression that you had to sleep at separate inns. Actually, while we're here... Yeah, there we go. Get a few of these for Shadow to throw. Oh, you did, Vincent. Okay, interesting. Yeah, no, you can sleep at, I think, any inn at a town. I don't believe that free beds like the one in the relic shop in Mobliz count. You know, Shot Gang, they could have saved one letter space in this localization if they'd gone with yeet instead of throw. I realize that's an oddly 2019 specific observation. Yeah, Vincent, unfortunately there are only a set number of them. There was a rumor floating around years ago when the game first came out that there were actually 7 dreams, but I believe there are only 6. Oh, right. Not here. Actually, not here either. Blast it. Alright, hopefully this will work. Yahoo! We did it, Clyde! 1,000,000 GP. What a blast. I love this. Guess it's time to change our name. Our name? We need something more appropriate, such as Shadow. Not bad, huh? Great train robbers of the century. Shadow? Now the question is, actually have to zone back to the world map, or can we... We most certainly can. Open your eyes. I'm scared. Is this my blood? You're gonna be okay. I've let you down. I'm sorry. Save your strength. We're almost to a town. You don't have to pretend. I know. I've lost too much blood. Get going. I'm gonna slow you down. But you want to get caught? I love how Phoenix Downs and the cure spells and the life spells never exist in these cutscenes. Before you go, you have to use your knife. What? Think what they'll do to me if I get caught. I don't want to go through that. Do me this favor. This is probably the most Japanese cutscene in the whole game. Are you shaking? I can't believe it. You're acting like a coward. No. Magic always existed in the world, Rakish Sage. People just forgot about it and lost touch with it. Come on, you weakling. Grab a knife and... I can't. Clyde. I'm sorry. Clyde, how dare you? So he does the absolute worst thing he possibly can. He just leaves him there. Yeah, Waltz Queen, you know how these cutscenes always take liberty with the passage of time. The imminent threat always politely waits for the dialogue to finish. Hey, stay with me now. Don't you die on me. Where am... Small village called Tamat. Hang in there. Borf, borf. I have to say that dog bark is probably one of the best sound effects in this entire game. The sound design was usually on point in the FF games of this generation, but that one in particular, I don't know what it is about it. Oh, okay, I guess that's it. Of course, these would have made more sense if we'd seen them in order, and we'd gotten the mandatory one last. The mandatory one is the one where Shadow leaves the town, or Clyde leaves the town, and Interceptor just goes with him. But alright, that's done and out of the way. And now... No, Vincent, I'm pretty sure that when they... Because I just did. And we got nothing. I'm quite certain that once you've seen them, you've seen them. That's just... It's done. Oh, good luck, Waltz Queen. Hopefully you're not doing the Chalice Dungeon version of him. Alright. Well, we're done here, fortunately. Ah, gotcha, Waltz Queen, I see. Oh, right, relic. And you can have that back. That's nuts, Rishi. What credit card company is that? That sounds like you might want to, get small claims court involved if they have that in Russia. But, I mean, you must. Oh, I thought you said... Oh, never mind. That was where you were from, wasn't it? Yeah, Rishi, you ought to. If you're in Canada, it's a different matter. I imagine probably you won't have as much trouble. Yakutsk. I can't say I've heard of it, but it sounds Siberian. Oh, yeah. That's what we had. Yeah, Rishi, I really hope that works out. That's rotten that you've got to deal with that. Alright, I'm pretty sure then that wraps up all of the storyline stuff that we have to do. Oh, but I also think... Yeah, we've got a Genji helmet lying around that ought to be equipped on somebody. Those things are quite rare, and... kind of a waste not to have anybody using it. We did also get another suit of force armor, didn't we? Although that's a substantial penalty to... Yeah, maybe we save the force armor for someone else. Yeah, before we go anywhere or do anything else. Call it OCD if you want. Actually, it probably is. Let me just make sure about the equipment of... characters in our off party. because we are eventually going to need to make sure that they're properly equipped. Because all of them potentially could end up participating in the final battle. Yeah. That's a small price to pay. Shadow... honestly, probably the Striker is his best bet, because nothing we're going to be fighting is undead. Then again... I kind of feel like maybe he could use a shield. Yeah, maybe he could. What could we give him? Ah! We could give him Hyper Wrist. That's always helpful. Hyper Wrist and a Hero Ring. Oops. Where the heck did I put it now? There. So we give him a Stunner, Genji Shield, Circlet, and the Genji Armor. Actually, though, how much difference? Substantial difference. Nearly identical, Vincent, yeah. The early versions of Odin were very, very similar. He became fairly different in 8 and somewhat more different in 9. And then obviously he was absent from 10. I think maybe we go get one more Genji helmet for Shadow. Yeah, Sabin is fine as he is. Then again... Yeah, no, he definitely needs the Hero Ring. I was gonna say, we could give him the Genji Glove. And then give him dual enhancers, but... Actually, Vincent, the offering is on Setzer for the fixed dice. I've debated trying to see if it's worthwhile having Setzer with the Genji Glove and offering for the fixed dice in one hand and the regular dice in another. But I'm not sure it is. I would still need to do a little bit of testing. Which I suppose we could do now. But let me just make sure everyone has as optimized a set of equipment as we can possibly manage with what we've got, because... Honestly, I'm kind of torn. Gogo's defensive stats were never all that good. But with the extra evasion from the Force armor... The thing is, I hate to lose those 3 points of magic. Whereas the Dao Robe would bring us up to 49. Hello, Venmaru, welcome! The Force armor... Force armor gives us significantly more evasion, but... we would have to sacrifice... this is what it all comes down to, of course, is sacrificing defense for attack. And I think probably this is the best balance we're going to get with Gogo. So I guess that can stay the way it is. As for Shadow, however... let me just check, because I think we have one expendable piece of headgear that might still get us a Genji helm. Oh, it's the coronet. And honestly, Realm will probably never wear the coronet. Then again, I think the coronet is irreplaceable. I don't think we can get another one. And that's a pain. It's a pain in general how the best equipment in this game seems to be the hardest to get. A lot of it you just can't get anywhere. Alright, I guess this'll do. And I am curious to test the setup with Setzer. Yeah, it probably explains a lot, doesn't it, Vincent? I get so absorbed in the theory crafting and the optimization and how can I squeeze every last possible ounce of performance out of a particular build. What do we got? We've got... well, first I think we should test the regular dice. Hello, Ishida, welcome! $25,000 to go. That should be fine. So, probably one of the best places anyway to go test this would be the cave on the Veldt, because things here will survive just long enough without overstaying their welcome. No, actually, we just started not long ago, Ishida. I've just gotten all kinds of wrapped up in trying to figure out how to best optimize everyone for pretty much the last thing we have left to do, which is the final battle. Well, and going back through Kefka's Tower to get to the final battle again. Because there was stuff I wanted there that I needed to go bet at the Colosseum. But let's see what kind of damage numbers we can get with the regular dice, because I remember them being a garbage weapon at this point in the game, even with sets are fully leveled. Passable. Unimpressive, of course, but passable. Thank you, Vincent, and thank you for stopping in. I really appreciate that. Alright, well, let's see. We're probably going to be finishing it up at some point during this stream, Takazu, yes. There are just one or two things I'd like to test before we do that. I want to see if it's worth giving Setzer the Genji Glove and the Offering. Or just going with a shield for him, because he's one of the few characters whose weapons are not penalized by the Offering's damage reduction. Man, that freaking Snake Eyes over there. Wow, that was trash. I'm not satisfied with that. I'd like to see if we can at least get an accurate idea of, if not an ideal roll, then something at least a little bit closer to acceptable. That's better. Yeah, I'm not really feeling like the regular dice are worth giving up a shield. Especially not giving up a shield and an accessory like the Marvel shoes. I think his original setup was just better. Because that way at least he has decent defense. Hello, Pavel. Thank you so much for stopping in. I really appreciate it. You know, honestly, I don't see myself ever having Realm use control. There's just no good reason to do it. I think what we're gonna do... I think we're gonna go get that last Genji helm. Oh, congrats, Pavel! Congrats! What did you think of Horizon? Did you like it?
Lord wins.
Oh,
blessing upon
Breakfast, thank you so much for gifting another Tier 2 sub to Pavel. Boy, you don't miss a beat, do you? You know, I wonder... Can Setzer actually defeat Chupon with this setup? Setzer. Just wasted 2 attacks from Chupon. Ugh. Well, it was foolish of me to think the AI would cooperate with that. Good, Pavel. I'm really glad to hear that. I definitely did not go for 100% in my LP, because those collectibles are just poison for that kind of playthrough, but... You know, it occurs to me... For the Colosseum specifically... Colosseum specifically, I think this will probably... This will probably avail us a bit better. Alright, we need to bet the Coronet, I think. Oh, yeah, I can appreciate that, Pavel, but at least you keep all your equipment. Setzer, you know what I'd really like? If you could do not that. I'm glad to hear it, Ishida. Fire and Ice? Are you talking about the DLC? For Horizon, Takezu, the Frozen Wilds? The DLC is absolutely worth it. It's great. There are some excellent new weapons and outfits in that DLC, and some new machines that are pretty fun to fight and challenging. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Well, I win. And we get the Regal Crown, which is crap and we don't need it. I don't believe there's any difference, Amateur. Not to my knowledge. Well, Rakish Sage, there's no middle ground here. Either it's rigged for me or it's rigged against me. Nothing is actually fair. Alright, there it is. Yeah, it might just be that the fact that they were a little more animated, Amateur, in the DLC. Maybe. That might also just be complete imagination, because I don't remember them telling us anything about changing the animations for the DLC. Jesus, Setzer. Poor thing only had like 3,000 HP. All right, Pavel. Okay, now... blast it. Come on. Come on, Breakfast. It's called effort, man. I'm actually not one to talk. I'm feeling a little bit less energetic today than normal just because I'm still not quite on the sleep cycle that I want. Haven't quite gotten myself into the rotation that I was going for. Probably be another couple of days before I manage that. Yeah, I think this is fine. You should, Takezu, and Frozen Wilds will be another good probably 20 hours of gameplay anyway. It's a decent-sized expansion. Hey, Sam, how you doing? Oh, breakfast, don't do that. Rub it in a little more, why don't you? Not for me, of course. I don't care about Borderlands, but... if I did, I might be mildly annoyed. Tig old biddies, that's what it takes to get someone with a username like yours to speak up in chat?
Blessing upon you.
Oh, wow, Breakfast, you're especially quick on the draw today, aren't you? Thank you for gifting a tier 2 sub to Tig old biddies, Breakfast. Oh, man. Every day, I ponder what serendipitous twist of fortune led me to streaming in such a bizarre place as the internet. Where did we come from, and where are we going? Breakfast, thank you for gifting another tier 2 sub to Shinichizo. Jeez, dude. Hello and welcome, Shinichizo. What a way to roll in, huh? Lock, Gao, Strago, and Realm. See, Breakfast, you ought to take a lesson from Rishi over there. I don't know whether that counts as doing bad puns well or good puns badly, but it's something. Don't we all, Breakfast? Don't we all? You know... I'm just trying to think. We've got this extra Magus rod. And I'm just thinking... if we were to give Strago Genji Glove, 2 Magus Rods, the Circlet, and the Behemoth Suit. Breakfast, I think that depends on which Magus we're talking about here. Actually, I kind of want to test this. Which is preferable? Like, which will do more damage? Strago with 1 Magus Rod and the Paladin Shield, or Strago with 2 Magus Rods? Because I have a feeling the loss of the earrings will hurt him a fair bit. And actually... give him a hero ring just to up his battle power. Just for laughs, just to see. I feel like the cave here is probably one of the best places to test this kind of thing. Okay, I did give Locke Bismarck. That's good. And we'll just have everyone cast Vanish for the sake of convenience. I'll be honest, Shermo, I haven't really had much opportunity to think that far ahead. It'll probably be some time till we get to the end of this game, especially considering there's still some progress I want to make with at least a few characters first. Let's see, though. Alright. Yeah, Breakfast, I'm waiting on Indivisible as well, believe me. Actually... oh, we can't cast Life 3 on, enemies. Damn. I'm gonna say, because that would make things a little easier. Alright. No, Shermo, I didn't. I'm not feeling particularly motivated to finish the messenger, if I'm honest. The end game, or the second half of the game, just got to be really tedious and monotonous. As much fun as the game is, you know, and as great as the dialogue is, I just sort of lost my motivation to keep doing it because of all the backtracking and going through the same areas again and again, and the lack of a more convenient form of fast travel. I don't know, it just got... it got tiresome. Denim, I think with the amount of time they've already taken on Indivisible, I wouldn't worry too much. Okay, so just for our benchmark, we've got Bolt 3 doing about 6,000 damage against these mantises. I wonder... if we go back to his original setup... he loses 7 points of magic.
Lord winds blessing upon thee.
Breakfast, thank you so much for gifting that sub to the Origin of All. The Origin of All, is that a genuine comment there? Do you need a hug? Because if you need a hug, you've come to the right place. Yes, Venmar, it's made in the style of Valkyrie Profile, just with more modern animations. Not that Valkyrie Profile's sprites aren't timeless in their own way. Because even today, the sprites in that game still hold up incredibly well. Breakfast, thank you so much for gifting another Tier 2 sub to Sebero. Jeez. Congrats, the origin of all. They're there for you to enjoy, so enjoy them. Breakfast, thank you for gifting another Tier 2 sub to Samson. Watch out, this man only needs one more target before he hits 300 gift subs. Oh, I fully agree with you on that, Denim. I don't touch anything early access either. And I encourage everyone else not to do so as well. Yeah, Samson, he is. I have no reason not to believe him. Okay, well... Strago's attack damage appears to be about the same. Oh, actually, it's even a little higher. Well, per hit, anyway. Alright, well, now to test spell damage. No, Takezu, I realize that, but I don't think it's a good thing to encourage the practice of developers putting things out in early access. I think a game deserves to be taken seriously when it's ready, you know, when it's finished. And I think only in very limited cases, by far the exception rather than the rule, do developers deserve enough faith or goodwill to be paid in full, you know, to be paid full price for a product that isn't fully complete. And even then, it's still a risk. What did I... Oh, yeah. Bolt 3 was our benchmark here. The origin of all, that depends how you define early access. Because if you're going with the loosest definition of early access, Minecraft has been in early access for its entire life and is just never going to be finished. Which is as much as to say Minecraft is out of early access. So really, what's the difference anymore? Yeah, okay, so it looks like this setup enables Strago to do about 10% more damage with his spells, while also giving him superior evasion and defense. Yeah, Sage, there are... The list of things in the Ted Woolsey translation of this game that leave me with more questions than answers is a long list. Oh yeah, Sam, for sure. Minecraft, more than just about anything else on the market, is a game whose developers understand their target demographic. I have a hard time thinking of anything more mainstream than Minecraft, in fact, Sam.
Lord winds, blessing upon me.
Breakfast! Did you seriously just make your 300 gift sub to Moobot? Did you seriously... Well, Breakfast, thank you so much for gifting that tier 2 sub to Moobot. That was entirely unexpected. You caught literally everyone by surprise. What can I say? Well, actually, why am I worried about what I'm gonna say? Moobot, why don't you say something to Breakfast? How about we let you speak for yourself for a change? Thank the man for your new sub. Very good, Moobot. Thank you. He's learning. He's getting the feel for it. As long as he doesn't peace out on us again and just go around bumming subs off of everybody.
Lord winds, blessing upon me.
Breakfast, you... Thank you for gifting another... Wait, a tier 3? Breakfast? Breakfast, you're not serious. Now I really am gonna have to get some new sub badges for tiers. Breakfast, you're like single-handedly paying my rent here, man. Thank you. He is out of control. What are we gonna do? Yeah, I need to commission some more emotes, the origin of all. I need to talk to Michelle and see what she's willing to do. I do, Chef Rishi. Michelle Jewett Silva of Ska Studios has done all of the emotes and the badge for the channel. And I've been wanting to sit down with her and talk about some new emotes and some new sub badges. If nothing else, new sub badges for the sub tiers. And maybe some badges for duration as well, depending on what she feels willing and able to do. I appreciate it, Rishi. Yeah, I do kind of want to stick to the same style. By doing it a little bit at a time, Zervaria. He didn't gift 300 subs all at once. Breakfast has been following for a long time, and those 300 gift subs he's just done over the period of what, like 3 years, Breakfast-ish? Rishi, how about you make it easier on all of us and just list the things you haven't done? You'd have less writing to do. A fancier one than Maru, of course. Damn, Breakfast. Rishi, it'd be more the money than the power that I would be worried about as a lawyer. When you total it all up, Breakfast, it is kind of hard to believe. Now 1 at tier 3. Yeah, that's true, Breakfast. You're not seriously planning on going all the way to 420 at tier 3, are you? Because you really don't need to feel obligated to do that. I know, Pavel, I'm just making sure he doesn't feel obligated. It's his prerogative, and I respect and of course appreciate it if he wants to. I just want to make sure he knows he doesn't have to. I still appreciate him all the same, even if he doesn't. Well, Rishi, if you want to see some food-related stuff, I mean, I'm not really active on YouTube these days just because it's become such a terrible platform. But there's this, if you're interested. What are you talking about, Mr. Mella? Yeah, no, Breakfast, I don't advise that you do that. Because just 5 of those are $125, and you have to eat and keep the lights on. Breakfast, just how much thought and planning have you put into this, can I ask? Mr. Mella, it wouldn't make any difference in how much I appreciate him. Yeah, all of it, clearly. Clearly. Alright, well, I guess... the time has come. We can set her down there. Yeah, he probably does, Soostown. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to learn that. All right, Breakfast, thank you very much for stopping in. Thank you again for the incredible generosity and for your support. I truly, sincerely appreciate that. I cannot overstate this. Have a good one, Breakfast. I think here. Yeah, but that's not a full reimbursement, Soostown. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, this. Okay. For Twitch subs, Soostown? I was gonna say, that might be a little difficult to justify. Mightn't it? Okay, so what we want to do here... make this go as quickly as possible. What is it? Oh, there it is. We want to do this. This. And this, because what this does is it channels all of the experience from the battle onto one person. So, whomever is the last person left unpetrified will gain 4 times the normal amount of experience, which is then doubled again by the experience egg. And so what we get... Oh, they must be immune. Alright, fine. It does, Rishi. And the other benefit is, because the petrified allies are still targetable, they actually can draw the enemy's attacks, so that if an enemy tries to use a spell that wipes Vanish, there's a 3 out of 4 chance that they'll target someone other than the person who's leveling up, and they'll hit an invincible petrified ally and waste their turn. So it's actually preferable to level up solo this way than it is to just put one person in the party. It's about 50-50, Ishida. I think about half the games use shared experience, and the other half just give you what you get regardless. Correct, Pavel, not in this game. So that's 14,000 experience right there. And ideally... Ideally, we want to run into the groups of 4 tumbleweeds here. This, as far as I can remember, is the best place in the game to level up in the World of Ruin. Oh wait, no, these things only have like 20 MP. Yeah, because see, the enemies there are just targeting my petrified allies and doing absolutely nothing. I think if we can fuse one of these spectors... he should turn around and use Blaster on the entire enemy team. Oh, okay. Acid Rain? Really? Let me just check. What are these things weak against? Lightning. Wouldn't you know it? Question is, will Bolt 3 do more damage to them than Ultima? That's 2,000. I have a feeling Ultima is just going to be our best bet no matter what. Because when is it not? Hello, Lurking Bones. I don't know. I honestly haven't had a chance to figure that out yet. Okay, so Ultima is marginally better, but still not enough to wipe these guys out. Gonna have to be physical attacks, I guess. Now, the alternative to this, which is considerably more dangerous, but potentially somewhat more rewarding, would be that we go into the forest here and fight dinosaurs. But for dinosaurs, you really need high magic power, and Locke is not suited to that role particularly well. So now let's see instead if... yeah, alright. What about against these? About the same. The thing is that it'd be really nice if Locke had some kind of AoE that actually killed all of the enemies. Physical attacks are sufficient, but they're not optimal. They're not the fastest. But you can already see how quickly these levels are coming. 14,000, 15,000 experience is a ton. Like, that's how much he has till next level at this point. So figure 3,000 till next level, We'll have him gain one more level and subtract 3,000 from that. And we'll see what it would cost him. Oh, there we go. This is perfect. Go fire 3. Not nearly enough, unfortunately. These things have tons of health, though. What about Ultima? Does that do any better? Only marginally. So 20,432 experience. Huh. You're right, Tig Old Biddies. That would be a great way to end the playthrough prematurely. So, yeah, I think we've got like 17,000 to level up. Ish. Yeah, you did. Big old biddies. For good reason. Hello, Sugar Crow. Welcome. I have zero interest in Dragon's Quest, Pavel. I'm sorry to disappoint you, man. That's just... It's too generic for me. I have some ideas. I mean, I've had some ideas. I just need to actually pick one and commit to it. These things vulnerable to X-Zone, I wonder? They sure are. Ah, of course. Really? Another thing is, it's very unnerving to see the X-Zone animation play on my own party. Just because of the positioning. No, that was Marcus, Pavel. And the reason Marcus didn't finish that game, or at least I think one of the reasons, was because he ran into copyright issues with it. Or something along those lines. I seem to remember there was some problem he had with YouTube, which prevented him from being able to finish uploading that playthrough. I don't know if it would be a problem on Twitch, but it's possible that it could. No problem, Hex. Have a good one. Thank you so much for joining us. I love how X-Zone never seems to hit the entire enemy group at once. But I suppose that's the price you pay for an AoE instant death spell. Let's see. Save. Pavel, like I said, I've got a list of stuff. I'm not hurting for suggestions. I just need to decide what on my list I actually feel like playing next. which is something that I've been grappling with a little bit. It's been a bit of a struggle to decide what I want to do. Probably not another JRPG. Probably something a little bit different. You're never gonna give up on that, are you, Denim? Pablo, that's the thing. I'm not really hurting for help deciding either. I need to decide that myself. I appreciate your offer and your good intentions, but the only one who can really figure out what I feel like playing is me, you know? And I need to just sit down and actually make a decision. You know... Oh, I have no doubt that I will, Sugar Crow. I just, again, I actually need to put in the time and the thought to what I'm going to pick. Probably about 60 or so hours of actual gameplay, Mr. Mella. Pay no mind to the game clock here, it lies. We actually need to equip Crusader for a few levels in order to ensure that Locke will have 999 MP, or that he can achieve it anyway. Like I said, guys, probably about 60, maybe 65 hours of actual gameplay. Now Locke's getting there. That vigor is getting to be right where I want it. The vigor stat actually maxes out at 128, so once we get it there, we can switch him over to learning, or to getting the magic bonuses on level up. Which would be pretty handy, because goodness knows he needs it. Now, I'm pretty sure... Yes, the red jacket nullifies fire. So what we could potentially do... We can't wear it? Well... What we could do instead, just for this purpose, is give him the flame shield. The wing edge. Circlet. And the Genji armor. Yeah, I forgot about that, Pavel. I forgot it was Edgar and Sabin only. Yeah, Pavel, because there's basically there's an integer overflow where if you wait long enough, the game clock will roll over in FF9. Right now, let's see if Meltdown... Yeah, okay, that's all right. I'll take that. Well, Pavel, because it's not common knowledge. It's the sort of thing that you'd have to do a lot of reading and really dive deep into the mechanics of the game in order to find out. The internal clock on the console, you mean, Takezu? Because I don't think that actually is reflected in the game. Well, Amateur, I'm as much testing stuff as I am doing the actual leveling up. Some of this I remember never thinking to do back when I played this game as a kid back in the day. Some of it I've known about, but just never tried. Some of it I have tried, and some of it I've messed around with a little bit, but never properly tested. Oh, geez, Rishi, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, wow, yeah, the Ultima is definitely doing less damage than Meltdown at this point with that shield. One more level with Locke, and then we can switch back to Bismarck. Kind of incredible how much this is doing. I'll have to test Ultima on these guys during the next battle. Another really silly thing here is your allies are supposed to be petrified, but anytime they take an enemy hit, they still flinch, and you see their flinch animation play even though they're not supposed to be able to move when they're petrified. Ishida, that sounds like a hoax, being able to set the game clock ahead by messing with the console clock. I don't think that was possible. I know that it was possible to just let the clock roll over due to the integer overflow. Like, that was a proven, demonstrated one, but... T-Quick, did you just welcome me to my own stream? When did this become Soviet Russia? What's going on? Is it opposite day today or something? Hello, T-Quick. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Yeah, but that's a PS3 game, Denim. And you can cheese him by manipulating the system clock in that game. Alright, let's see how much damage Ultima is doing now. I have a feeling probably not as much as Meltdown on these groups. Oh, actually, maybe even a little more. Oh yeah, Ishida, there were all kinds of rumors back in the day about stuff like that. Because everyone wanted so badly to believe that they would just go along with it and help spread the rumors without ever actually trying. Or they would try in an unscientific, half-assed way. And when they didn't get the results they wanted, they would just make it up. And that's why we have anti-vaxxers. Right, something like that, Hazard. Oh no, I stole all your MP. Now I'm gonna use it to cast a really powerful spell on you. Uh-oh, whoops. Oh, I don't remember that one, Rishi. Yeah, it's the low-hanging fruit, Mela, isn't it? Okay, good. We did go back to Bismarck. Yeah, Takezu, and part of the problem was the people who really knew what they were doing, spreading those hoaxes, would, Oh, whoops. I was looking for Meltdown, not Flare. They would go out of their way to make it seem believable, like the white chocobo rumor. There were white chocobos at the Gold Saucer Chocobo races. And so you would figure... Oh, maybe there is a secret way to obtain them in the game. But of course there wasn't, other than using a Game Shark to just swap around the data that was called by the game for your gold chocobo. Oh yeah, Sage, that hit people really hard. Yep, Rishi, that's just about right. Yeah, that was a fun one, Robo. And then the missing no / item duplication glitch. Boy, it was funny using missing no in LAN battles against your friends in Pokemon Red and Blue. Boy, that would troll the hell out of them. Oh, I know, Rishi, I know. Denim, I'm impressed anyone still remembers Shang Long. That was a very... Shang Long was probably one of the most elaborate hoaxes ever. Because an actual reputable game magazine went along with it. That screwed people up for a long... Like, that was generations of the FGC that got trolled by that one. Oh, really, Roto? Yeah, that... I think I remember reading in, like... I don't remember. It was Electronic Gaming Monthly or Game Pro or one of those other gaming magazines back in the day. That Aeris's death was, at that time, the most iconic scene in video games. I don't know how they actually measured that or determined it, because as a kid back then, I was too dumb to actually check for the references and corroborate sources, but... Hey, Shinnywing, how you doing? It has been a while. You been okay? Everything alright? You holding up? Yeah, I wonder why, Denim. It's not like he was overpowered or anything. Good, Shinnywing. I'm glad to hear that. I never heard about that one, Mad Dragon, but I guess I'm not terribly surprised. Oh, well, I hope you feel better, Shinnywing. But I'm glad it's nothing worse than that. Yeah, Denim, that was back before they made quite as much effort to keep things balanced. Speaking of balanced, Denim, ever play Karnov's Revenge? Hello, the Earl of Ego. Welcome. Yeah, I know you have, Denim. Karnov's Revenge is that one game that probably every professional FGC competitor has played. Because you can't be a pro or even make the semi-pros if you don't know about Karnov's Revenge. Everyone needs a basis. Of bloody course it does, Denim. Shh. I don't know what I was expecting. Right now just levels, Earl. He's already got all of his spells. But, actually, I think it's about time to swap him out, because we don't really need him to be any higher than this. Take it easy, Pavel. Have a good one. Thank you so much for joining us. Alright, we'll, yeah. We'll do one more battle. There we are. And actually, the Flame Shield strat should work for darn near everyone. So what we can do is just remedy. Relic. Sneak ring. Genji glove. Wing edge. Wing edge. Red cap. Genji armor. There we go. Close enough. The other two can stay petrified for now. Yeah, Early Vigo, they are. They are still called Espers in this game. This was before they were changed to Eidolons. And I have Locke with Bismarck. And I have Gao with Raiden. I need to kind of balance out Gao's stats a little bit because I was working on his magic before, but he's a little bit behind in vigor. And Gao, uniquely, is one of the few characters who does not specialize in a stat, because his rages pretty much use both vigor and magic power, about 50-50. I only wish his ability to use the Merit Award hadn't been nerfed in this version of the game. Alright, Rishi, no problem. Yeah, it evolved quite a lot over the course of the series, didn't it, Ishida? Although I think part of that, and this comes from something that Sakaguchi himself said in an interview, was that they just didn't want to do the same thing over and over again, so maybe it was the same way with the names that they used for the summoned monsters. Yeah, Denim, exactly. Alright. So now... Oh! Blast it all, and I forgot I need to give Gao the experience egg. Oh, yeah, Earl. Celis is the best character to turn into a sword fighter. Although she's also one of the best mages. It's the problem with this game's balance is Terra and Celis are too good at everything, and there are other characters who aren't good enough at anything. Alright, Gao has protection from fire thanks to the snow muffler. I believe he at least nullifies it. No, he does not. No, Venmaru, I think they made it very clear that they have no intention of doing that. I think they think, Square Enix thinks that turn-based combat is outdated and archaic. Based on their response when they were asked about doing the FF7 remake in the original ATB battle system style. And I forget, I think it was Nomura who said, people still want a game like that? Yeah, Venmaru, but that's Atlas, not Square Enix. And these Japanese developers don't seem to be very good at learning from one another. At least not when it comes to doing something that isn't what everybody else is doing. Well, but tell that to Square Enix, Shinichizo, right? Yeah, it never gets old, does it, Erlevigo? Yeah, Zeros, they're all quick to follow the trend that it looks like everybody else is following. But when it comes to doing any kind of thinking for themselves, that's one thing they don't seem to be very good at. Ugh. Well, I think that's a large part of it, Town, yes. That mentality is definitely a big contributing factor. Well, Venmaru, it's like anything else. They've got their unique pros and their unique cons, and I think that particular trait is both one of the best things and the worst things about Japan, isn't it? You know, it's enabled them to weather some very bad times, but it's also prevented them from being able to stay with the times. You know, there's always a silver lining somewhere, isn't there? Whoops. Okay, Gao needs the experience egg. Also needs a flame shield. And he can go in the back row. Yeah, if it's not one thing, it's another, isn't it? Town. Right, Ishida. Never the company's fault. Never... Oh, maybe we should look at what we did that disincentivized people from purchasing this product. I could have sworn the snow muffler gave some protection against fire. Maybe it's just half reduction. Actually... Oh, right, never mind. Strago has the Paladin shield, and he's petrified right now, so I can't remove it from him. That's correct, Lurking Bones. It does say that in the stream title. Well then, Maru, unless that outrage comes from inside Japan. They don't bow to the whims of anyone outside of Japan when it comes to that stuff, but if people make a stink about it in Japan, then they will listen. I should actually try summoning Raiden on these guys. Might be a little quicker. Well, not outwardly, Town. Not outwardly. It's just more subtle over there because they don't believe in breaking the illusion of harmony. It doesn't mean people won't do so, but they're generally a little less willing to do so. And they tend not to go about it in quite the same way. What am I looking for here? What is this, Zavaria? Welcome back, Monotone. Yeah, there you go, Zervaria. Exactly. But it's a company's prerogative if they want to shoot themselves in the foot. You know, there's only so much the customer can do to provide feedback, and it then is incumbent upon the company whether or not to actually listen. Oh, Bethesda is a different animal, Monotone. I don't know how much of this discussion you were here for, Monotone, but Bethesda is just the kind of company that has nothing but contempt for the consumer. Hello, Kajit! Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping in. How are you doing, Kajit? Yeah, that's just one among many, Ishida, Bethesda. Well, Soostown, you'd think that the intrinsically self-interest focused nature of a corporation would lead them to think a little bit further ahead for the sake of their own benefit. But they're all about the short term, you know? Corporations and their boards of directors are all about how can we make money in the short term? And not, hey, maybe we should play the long game here. Marcus did a really good discussion about that a while ago, which is in the VODs on his Twitch channel somewhere. I don't think I'd be able to find it in a reasonable amount of time, or I would go dig it up for you, but... Transplant time, Kajit. Jeez. That sounds pretty serious. I suppose after hearing that, I dare not say that I hope everything is okay, but maybe it would be more appropriate to say I hope everything works out. Hang in there, Kajit. Seustown, that's a bit of a 0 to 60 path of logic. Alright, I'm glad to hear that, Kajit. In that case, I will stay optimistic for you as well. Denim, I don't think it's really our place to pry. Alright, how... Oh, God. 556 till next level, huh? I think maybe we take off the experience egg just for this one. No, Ego. Merton is a spell that you can learn. You learn it from, I think, Terito? Oh no, you learn it from Crusader. And it's basically a defense-ignoring, multi-target ignoring, high-damage fire attack that targets enemies and allies. Alright. This ought to be enough to get the 1 level, but not the 2. Don't want the 2, because we want at exactly level 47. We want to switch over to Crusader. Tell you what, the sound of that spell does get old after a while. Oh, okay, Earl. Yeah, and I never actually played the German localization of this game because I lived in America when it came out, but I heard it was not a great localization. Yeah, par for the course then, Ishida. Okay. What the heck? There. Crusader for the MP bonus. Double check to be sure. Yes, okay. You mean in German, Ishida? I never played the German localization of FF7 either. I guess in some ways maybe I was fortunate. the sounds of it. Okay, Zervaria, have a good night, and good luck with the lectures tomorrow. Hang in there. Do your best to stay awake. I don't know if I could stay awake through morning lectures, but good luck to you all the same. Oh, alright, Ishida. Well, at least they didn't farm it out. Although, even a lot of the in-house translations from back in these days, the days when this game came out, you know, this generation, were still really rough and basic, if you were lucky. Me too, Mela. Even if it's something I'm interested in, just sitting there for 3 hours, listening to somebody talk about the same subject, I don't know. Hey, Torun! Yeah, so I've heard, Earl of Ego. I've heard the, well, I mean, it's like German dubs or localizations of any non-German media, isn't it? It either gets censored to hell, or it just ends up being a crap translation, or both. For better or worse. Sometimes it's for better and worse at the same time. Well, IMBQB, I'm pretty sure most people have their own techniques for, kind of helping to mitigate the onset of fatigue in, well, especially during morning lectures, I would think, but during any lecture, really. Yeah, Earl, it does seem like the English versions of games tend to get the best localizations. Not all the time, of course, but the majority of the time. Depends, though. If it's a studio whose primary workforce resides in a country where English is not a first language, then the localizations can vary. Well, it was that way in pretty much every FF game up to 7, Ishida. The translations were really rough. It wasn't really until Final Fantasy VIII that Squaresoft's localization team started taking things seriously. Or rather, I should say that Squaresoft started taking its localization team seriously. Because I think it's not so much the localization team's fault up to that point, as it was the limited resources that Square gave their localization teams. But I think starting with Final Fantasy VIII, just based on the quality of the translations in English, 8 was where you really started to notice that, oh hey, wow, there aren't really tons of grammatical mistakes or spelling errors in this localization. And it makes somewhat more consistent sense. You know, a fair amount of the dialogue still has very, very obvious Japanese writing. But writing aside, it's not so grammatically jarring from 8 onward. IMBQB, that was actually Final Fantasy VI. Final Fantasy VI was the first Final Fantasy game that sold in the millions, according to Sakaguchi. So I think 6 was when they started to actually have the budget. And in fact, in that same interview, Sakaguchi, I think, flat out said that, yeah, it wasn't really until FF6 that we started being successful enough, basically, where we had enough budget to start really focusing on quality. And I mean, as wonky as it was, the quality of the translation and of the script in FF7 was still worlds better than it was in 6. But there was tons of room for improvement even in 7. And I think they made drastic improvements over 7 in 8. 8 was really, I think, what set the bar for localization. And then after that, localization stopped being really an issue in the FF games. Because I guess they started having both the resources and the wherewithal, you know, the awareness that, yeah, maybe we should put some emphasis on the quality of our localizations. Maybe that would be a good idea. Well, there are a lot of memes that did eventually come to Square Enix's attention later, Ishida. In the PC and PSN versions of Final Fantasy VII, they did actually go back and change a couple of the most jarring translations. Like in the PC version, they changed "this guy are sick." So it's actually "this guy is sick" now. It only took them 20-some-odd years, but they did eventually find out about it, and they changed it. That one, Shinichizo, oddly enough, they didn't change. Which, again, is really bizarre. It's one of the reasons Japan is known as the land of contradictions. They'll go out of their way to learn about and retroactively change or fix some translation errors in those old games, but not all of them. It really makes you wonder. Yeah, Shinichizo, it's probably an even worse translation than "this guy are sick." In fact, it is an even worse translation. Because "this guy are sick" doesn't leave you with any question of what they meant to say, whereas "attack while its tail's up" is just flat out the opposite of what they wanted you to do, and of what they were trying to tell you. Sumikiro, I think part of it was based on their increased budget when their games started to really do well on a global scale. The other part of it, I don't think, is motivation to make a better product. You know, the cynic in me never thinks that that's at the forefront of a corporation's intentions, is making a better product. Making a better product is the sort of more the side effect of having to keep people interested in their products, you know? If people are willing to buy a garbage product, you know, a crap product, corporations have more than demonstrated that they then have no motivation to improve the quality of the product. Look at literally any of the games that EA has made that are just riddled with loot boxes and microtransactions, or Activision for that matter. You know, anytime the consumer proves that they are collectively stupid enough to keep buying a subpar product, the provider of that product just has no reason to improve the quality. So no, Sumikiro, I think it's more that they had a more... they had a better budget, for one thing, so they could hire more staff, they could use better equipment, they could just devote more resources to the process. But also, I think that they realized that taking the localization aspect of development seriously was necessary in order to get people to actually play their games in other regions besides Japan. Because if a game isn't well localized, like if the localization is genuinely bad, or even just lackluster, it can create a genuine problem and a barrier of accessibility. And that's one of the last things you want if you're trying to sell a product to a widespread audience. No, Venmaro, I think that's giving them too much credit. I genuinely don't believe that's actually true. Exactly, Suztown, yeah. Their goal is to design a product that sells. And if treating your consumers like chumps and selling them something subpar is what earns you the most money, then generally speaking, corporations are more than happy to do that. Look at Bethesda. Bethesda has had little, if any, motivation to do anything to improve the quality of their products over the past 16 years, because people will just buy them anyway based on the name, you know, based on the brand. Or the franchise. No, Tsumikiro, it's not a fair comparison because Square Enix... And it was really Squaresoft back then. That was even before the merger of Enix. Their products weren't stuffed full of microtransactions that were shoehorned in. You know, it's a completely different level of amoral behavior. You know, there's a difference between generic kind of scummy business practices and business practices on the level of, hey, let's promote gambling to minors and disguise it so that neither the minors nor their parents are aware of its true nature. Well, there have always been passion projects, Sumikiro. If you read the interview with Sakaguchi and the other lead devs, the 25-year anniversary of this game, that interview, it's very clear that they were passionate about the product. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is, 1 million power. Read that interview. And, I mean, that makes it incredibly clear that the team that made this game was very passionate about what they were doing. And, you know, a lot of them were then, and a lot of them still are now. It's just that now, corporations have gained so much ground, and they've become so powerful, that they pretty much have, as long as they can keep the consumer in the dark, and as long as the consumer is ignorant and stupid enough not to stand up and do anything about it, which a lot of consumers are, let's be honest. There are consumers that will just keep buying a product from their favorite brand, no matter how bad that product is, just because it has that brand on it. You know, they're the people who either, I'll always buy Nintendo because I love Nintendo and I hate Sony or Microsoft, and I don't care about the quality, I'll just buy it because Nintendo, right? And you know, corporations that have mastered that pretty much now have free reign to walk all over the consumer, because the consumer either doesn't know or doesn't care, or both, that they have the collective ability to put their feet down and actually do something about it. I mean, I've always been an advocate of collective bargaining and the power of united voices against the establishment. I've always been a little bit anti-establishment, you know, I've never had much respect for authority. But I'm also not the kind of person who is anti-establishment for the sake of being edgy or controversial. I think there are very good reasons for not blindly trusting big, powerful organizations to have your best interests in mind, and, you know, to always make sure that you are aware of what you can do, be it individually or collectively, to ensure that they don't abuse the massive power that they wield over you as a customer. Well, that's just it, amateur, isn't it? Authority has to be kept in check, lest it lose its respect for the individual. I mean, it applies to any kind of authority, Mela, be it the game industry or otherwise. Hence the necessity of things like checks and balances. And in politics, there are certain kinds of checks and balances, and when it comes to the game industry, there are maybe not as many checks and balances. The biggest check and or balance in the game industry is the consumer's willingness to get together and join multiple voices and push back. Perfect example, actually, and this is kind of a small scale example, but Elite Dangerous, for those of you who are players of Elite Dangerous or who are familiar with it, recently in Elite Dangerous, I think it was in last month's update, the April update, one of the changes that they decided for whatever inane reason to make was they decided to... What was it? I'm trying to remember exactly. Oh, it was drag munitions. Basically, there's a modification in Elite Dangerous that can be applied to different kinds of missiles, both dumb and smart missiles, which prevents you from being able to direct extra power from your ship's power distributor into your engines. So basically, it slows your ship to its base top speed, even if you try to divert extra power to your engines. In PvP situations, that can be an extremely, extremely deadly handicap, especially if you're being ganked and you've got 2 or 3 ships after you, and one of them hits you with a drag munitions missile, or like a frag cannon, which is basically the space equivalent of a shotgun. And if even one projectile from that shotgun blast, or even a glancing blow from the explosion of a smart missile with the drag munitions experimental effect hits you, for the next like 5 or 10 seconds, I think, guess what? All that extra power going to your engines does nothing. You're slowed down to what can be a very crippling top speed. Well, Frontier, for whatever reason, without asking for the community's feedback on it, completely in a vacuum, just decided that as part of the April update, they were going to add a further handicap to drag munitions that prevents the affected ship from being able to boost. And the boost under the effects of drag munitions was essentially the only... Taxter, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. You know what, Shermo? He's probably right. I don't think I could handle the Arby's Meat Mountain. Then again, Dragon is too much of a bitch to come out to Arby's and have dinner with me to find out whether I can handle the Arby's Meat Mountain. Because he doesn't want to leave his house, and he doesn't want to travel. So, Dragon, I raise you one meal at Arby's. Come out to dinner with me, bro. So anyway, the developers at Frontier, for whatever reason, decided that they were going to essentially make the drag munitions experimental effect uncounterably powerful and completely game-breaking. Like, it was genuinely a game-breakingly terrible change that they made. And the only reason that they undid that change, they actually released a follow-up set of patch notes not more than a week or two after that, because there was such a massive backlash and an outcry from the community over what a bad and stupid decision it was. And rightfully so, because the community was correct about that. But that's what it takes in order to get a big company like that to reverse a stupid or otherwise detrimental to the consumer decision. So, long discussion for a short point, but... Cybertron, have you actually worked at Arby's or something? You have. Really? Alright, look, now I'm curious. I'm gonna have to... I need to look up a picture of this. Arby's Meat Mountain. Images. Jesus H. Christ. I think maybe I better post this link in chat. Or better yet, this right here. Okay, Cybertron, yeah, I see how this would be a hard sandwich to make. Yeah, my sentiments exactly, chat. Yeah, the Earl of Ego, they do. They make those decisions in a vacuum, from what I can tell. It's just inane. Right, Kiney? I'm kinda hungry now, too, actually, looking at that. Hello, No Home, welcome! Oh god, Cybertron. I feel like anybody ordering that sandwich should give you an extra $5 tip. Yeah, I love when that happens, Vosser. It's great. Except not. Vosser, this is why I go out of my way not to have any friends. Other than on the internet, anyway. Alright, back to the Genji shield for Gao. Oh, that was a fun one, Ego. Oh, okay, yeah, that... Vosser, there is some important context there that I think maybe everybody deserved to be aware of. Honestly, though, being that I just showed everybody a picture of an enormous, delicious sandwich, and since I myself am getting quite hungry, I think I'm going to make the executive decision that we take a maybe 15 to 20 minute food break for the moment, because I think after that, all of us probably could stand to go get a snack. I know I could. So I'm going to take maybe 15 or 20 minutes, and I suggest the rest of us do the same to go get some food. So I will catch all of you back here in 15 to 20. Oh, Ixolithal, I'm sorry, did you ask a question and I missed it? You did. Yes, I am German. I'll answer this before I go. I'm sorry, Ixolithal, I think that must have scrolled past me in chat while I had that picture of the Arby's meat mountain on stream. Yes, I was born in Dresden, but I grew up in the United States. So, English was effectively my first language. I ended up moving back to Germany much later, after graduating high school. So, yeah, it's important to me to answer questions that people ask, Ixolithal. I don't like to leave people hanging on that, and I don't like missing questions in chat. But, thank you. I appreciate the good sentiments. Alright, food time. I will catch all of you in 20 minutes. Alright, I am back. Thank you all very much for your patience. I hope you all had a chance to get something to eat. Oh, hello, Dropout Dragon. Welcome. Denim, did you just randomly stick a question mark at the end of that welcome back, or is there a reason you're asking me? Thank you, Ishida. Now, Dropout, why do I feel as though I possibly am being baited into saying something like, "Oh, I can handle a Meat Mountain Dropout, yeah, I'll take the whole thing"? I'm only about 50% certain you're talking about the Arby's sandwich here, Dragon. But assuming you are talking about the sandwich, Dragon, challenge accepted. You come meet up with me. We'll go out for dinner at Arby's. I'll even treat you. We'll both order the Meat Mountain. We'll see which of us finishes it. Challenge accepted, friend. Cybertron can make the sandwich. We'll specifically go out of our way to find him. Oh, you did, Dragon. No kidding. So, did you finally do a face reveal or something? You did a social eating stream there? Because if not, Dragon, then there's not really any proof, is there? Because you could have just been sitting there making eating noises. You know, you could have been taking baby bites of a regular McDonald's cheeseburger, and nobody would have known the difference. I've never seen one, Mel. It doesn't mean there aren't any, but I've never seen one. Well, Kajit, I hope you were able to get something you like. That's the important thing. I'm sure it was all worth it, and I'm sure they were good decisions. Dragon, I'll be prepared to believe that when I hear it from Techie's mouth himself. Is he here to back you up right now, Dragon? 'Cause if not... Ah, very good, Kajit. So they were indeed good decisions. Either way, Dragon, I would be very happy to meet up with you sometime. Obviously, our proximity pending, of course. And treat you to dinner at Arby's, and we'll see about that Meat Mountain. Oh, there he is! Hi, Techie! How you doing? Ixolithal, I'm afraid the real questions have probably already been asked. But I'm happy to entertain follow-ups. I'm glad you're well, Techie. Genuinely, I'm glad to hear that. Alright, Dragon, I'll believe it from Techie. Techie has no reason to lie to me. Honestly, hold on a minute. There we go. While you're here, Techie. I think it's about time we hooked you up with one of those fancy VIP badges there. There. All set. Well, Denim, I'm happy to meet up with Dragon anytime he wants. And we can go hit up Arby's. And I'll even treat him, because goodness knows I should very much like to sit down and have a meal with my buddy Dropout Dragon. Upping the ante already, Dragon. What, the Meat Mountain isn't enough of a challenge? Alright, a 60-ounce steak, I'm down for that. So basically that's like one cow leg for you and one cow leg for me. Well, not when it comes to food, Circular. Oh, Vosser. See, I knew it was just a matter of time. I bet it is, Techie. It seems like it would be pretty expensive. I had to look up a picture of it because I'd never even heard of it before. Math, jobbed Bone. Cows have 4 legs, friend. Oh, it's one of those, is it, Dragon? Ixolithal, to answer your question, lest I get too far from it, and I don't want to forget about it, I just had some bread, toasted bread with melted cheese. Oh, see, I've never even heard of the meat cube either. Man, these fast food restaurants with their secret menus. This is a whole world that I didn't know was as big as it is. The Meat Mountain rabbit hole runs pretty deep from the sounds of it. Yeah, Meat Cube sounds like something out of a video game. Oh no, that's Super Meat Boy. I guess he is basically a cube of meat, isn't he? Yeah, the meat hole, Vassar, because that sounds so much better. Yeah, Dragon, but I don't need to tell you how crazy Florida is. Alright, let me see. Wendy's Meat Cube images. Oh, I understand now. I understand now. So there it is, for anyone who wants to get a look at it. It is literally... Oh, that's not it, Dragon? Oh, wait a minute. No, hang on. There's one with 4. Is that it? Could that possibly be the one? Or the so-called Grand Slamberg? Oh, okay, hang on. Let's see... What's this link that Techie posted? Yeah, okay. Yeah, this looks like it. Half a meat cube, of course. Yeah, Techie, this is like closing in on the level of stuff like the Heart Attack Grill. I have to say, this is kind of incredible that something like this exists, but then again, I suppose we are talking about America, aren't we? How is that different from any other day here, amateur? Welcome to literally every stream ever. Yeah, Dragon, rolling in here with your meat cubes and your grand slams. And your meat mountains. Well, consider that offer accepted, Dragon. If you're willing to meet up with me sometime when we happen to be in or around the same general vicinity, I will be happy to treat you to, I don't know, a meat mountain or, you know, a 60-ounce steak or whatever your particular poison happens to be. I'm gonna have to save up for it from the looks of it, but I don't think that'll be an issue, considering how long it'll probably be before our paths cross. Well, Dragon, maybe you ought to try and do a little bit more streaming. I know you've been in a bit of a slump. But that meat mountain won't pay for itself. That's good, Dragon, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. Denmark. Denmark. Oh, you do have friends in Denmark, don't you? Yeah, I did, Mela. He's talking about going on vacation. Right, Dragon, I do remember you telling me about your friend in Denmark. Ah, okay. The Viking knife thing, yep. Well, good luck to you with that, Dragon. Just try not to lose any appendages in the process. Dragon, when you said you're going to out-eat him, my eyes reversed a couple of those words, and I got really worried for a minute. Alright, Dragon, hang in there. Dragon, I'm gonna try and, I'll send you a message either today or tomorrow. I'm probably gonna take a day off tomorrow to just try and catch up with everybody I've been neglecting, so... If not today, then tomorrow, I will come find you, and we'll catch up. It's been too long. And I've been a little worried about you, because I know you've been in a little more than just a slump. So, I'll come find you probably tomorrow. I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna have to get to bed early today, but, count on it. Yeah, Mela, he knows. Dragon is no fool. He may try to make himself look like a rough and simple guy, but he knows what's up. Yeah, mine too, Dragon. I'm in the process of trying to get mine back on track. Also, for those of you who don't know Dropout Dragon, he's a good dude. He has a way with words, but he's a good dude, and you should check him out. You should go follow his channel and watch him stream sometime. Because rather bizarrely, the people who like to come here and hang out with me for what usually ends up being fairly wholesome fun also seem to be the people who secretly like hanging out with guys like Dragon, who can be wholesome in his own way, but has a very different personality than mine, which I think you'll probably also really like. So go give him a follow, go check him out. He's a good dude. And he needs money to go to Denmark, so he'd really appreciate that. Oh, that means they're petrified, Technovirus. Take it easy, Ishida. Thank you for joining us. We'll catch you next time. Yeah, Techie, but he's a good guy. You, of all people, would know what a good guy he is, Techie. And even I know. So, that bar is not very high. Techie, give the man a hug for me, would you? Tell him I said hang in there. Thank you, sir. All right. That's what it takes to be okay in your book, Again, the bar is pretty low there, isn't it? Yeah, you genuinely should go check him out, Yoda. We tease each other quite a bit, but I genuinely have a lot of respect for Dragon. He's a good guy, and you should absolutely go check him out next time he streams. And you should encourage him to keep streaming. In fact, I think just about any words of kindness you could offer him at this point would not go amiss. Alright, let's see. I've completely forgotten where I was at and what I was doing. Because I came back from eating food only to get wrapped up in a food discussion again. Ugh. Not that I mind. Okay, we had Strago and Realm left to go. And we need to cure Strago. Relic. And give him the experience egg. He's got Tritalk, that's good. And he needs... Actually, he's already got the Paladin Shield. I don't think he even needs the Flame... Let me just check. Let me see if the Paladin Shield actually absorbs fire. It does absorb fire. Perfect. All right. Okay, Amateur, have a good night. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll catch you next time. And what else? I think that's about it. I think we're ready to go. And this is the nice thing about this particular leveling area, is that it is quick. You can get everybody up to level 55 plus in really not all that long. Vanish. Break. And let's see how we do with Merton. See what kind of numbers this puts out. And I did save beforehand, just in case I've somehow forgotten to re-equip the Paladin Shield or something. And this kills him. No, we're good. I don't remember breaking your wallet, Yoda. Or did you donate a bunch of money while I was away having dinner and I didn't see it? Because if you did, then I apologize. I'll have to go back through and check. Wait, I didn't see a donation from you, or I didn't break your wallet? Oh, I see, Yoda. Okay. Because I was gonna say, if you need a refund on something, all you have to do is ask. Gotcha. Yeah, I see in the ticker that it doesn't show anything. Okay. You scared me for a minute, Yoda. Ugh. Seustown, had you donated it to me, I'd be happy to refund it to you if you have second thoughts. Yeah, right, Noah Bad. I don't think I'll ever get that much from, well, anyone. Maybe if I'm lucky collectively over time, but sure as hell not all at once. I don't even know if you can donate that much at once on Twitch. Or through PayPal. I'm fairly sure there's some kind of transaction limit. So even if somebody wanted to, I'm pretty sure they'd have to break it up into smaller transactions. Then again, I guess there's only one way to find out, isn't there? By calling PayPal support and asking, what did you think I meant? I don't think it's 1,000, Yoda. Because I've received work payments through PayPal for more than that. You know, Noah Bad, if even... I don't know, if even 20 people did that, I would be able to do this job 12 hours a day for the rest of my life and not have any reservations about quitting every other form of work I'm currently involved in. I would have no qualms whatsoever about that. Alright, well, better get back to it, I guess. You mean for how much you can send and receive, Yoda? No, it's definitely not 1,000. I can personally confirm it's not 1,000. Yeah, right, Noah Bad. I don't think now's the time for another shameless plug. I think I've already done quite enough of that. How many? Oh, God. No wonder it does so much damage. This spell costs more MP than Ultima does. Yeah, no, it's definitely higher than that, Yoda. I think it might be something more along the lines of like 10 or 20 or 50,000. But it might also depend on the type of account, too. That might only be for personal accounts, because I can't imagine business accounts being capped at $50,000 transactions on PayPal. Because that would basically limit PayPal to only being useful to small and medium-sized businesses. That does appear to be the case, Venmaru. And weird bird people and their evil cats with glowing eyes. Don't look at me, man. This was all Sakaguchi's idea. These guys only have 350 MP, I guess. Well, that's almost enough. Alright. Man, I'm gonna be up to my armpits in imp armor at this rate. You know, actually, since Strago is a bit more of a mage, maybe we try our luck. Oh, okay, Mel, thanks for checking. Yeah, I thought it was something like that. Yeah, Yoda, this is a really wonky translation. This was one of the... well, it was the earliest. Okay, so if these things both use Meteor consecutively, I could still end up getting killed. 17,000 experience. That's a bit better, but... let's see. These guys are definitely weak against ice. Probably because meteors are what killed them, Sue's Town. Oh no. Alright, one more level for Strago, which means we want to go easy on the experience, and we want to probably... keep it down here for the moment. Luigi, hello, welcome again. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing? Venmaru, I mean, it is what it sounds like. It's, the world post-apocalypse. It's basically the world after Kefka destroys it. I didn't say they killed themselves with it, Mojo. I'm saying their ability to use it is probably just some kind of silly reference to the fact that it's what killed them. Ah, very nice, Luigi. That sounds great. I'm doing all right, thanks. Noah Bad, you probably haven't seen everything that's happened in the World of Ruin. Basically, in the World of Ruin, Kefka has become a god, and not a very nice one. He's become, in fact, the kind of god who, what do I want to do here? Oh, Crusader. He's become the kind of god who doesn't really care who or what he kills, and anybody who opposes him, he just fires laser beams at their town and kills everyone. Well, depends on the mythology, Venmaru. Oh, okay, have fun, Doug, no problem. Let me make absolutely sure. Okay, we did... Because espers in this game, there's one more prompt than there should be for actually equipping them. And if you're not careful, you can end up with, you can end up without the esper you want actually equipped after you think you've equipped it. Okay, so we want to take Strago to 51 with Crusader. Yeah, Luigi, I'm frankly kind of surprised that I still hear about RuneScape periodically. Yeah, Earlygo, he does. There's some lore on him earlier in the game, where you talk to an NPC in a town who basically says that, Kefka was the first Magitech Knight, but Sid hadn't perfected the process yet, and it broke Kefka's brain and made him crazy. Oh, I thought you said you were going to... Never mind, Doug, I probably just misunderstood. But yeah, Luigi, RuneScape is a game that people used to sneak to the school computer room to play back when I was in high school. That was years ago. In fact, that's closing in on 2 decades ago. I can't believe how long ago that was. Really, Luigi? Did you play it at school while trying to hide from the teachers supervising the computer room the fact that you were playing it? No, Sokar. Sid was just an accessory to the Empire. Like an old school 5-inch floppy, Luigi? 'Cause, yeah. I remember those. I remember the old Sticky Bear games. Back when I was a kid, the elementary school I went to had just gotten some new computers in that had the newest, most high-tech, cutting-edge external 5-inch floppy disk drives that were capable of running the Sticky Bear. It's like Sticky Bear Teaches Typing or whatever it was games. Yeah, Denim, that sound gets pretty old pretty quickly. But Ultima isn't much better, or I would just use Ultima instead. Venmaru, this was 1989, 1990. Yeah, Luigi, Sticky Bear goes all the way back to the days when Apple was still using more or less the same architecture as Microsoft was, because they had just split off. We're talking like 8-bit computer graphics being the newest craze at that time. One in a town that was demographically kind of on the wealthy side. Sokar, although I lived in, well, an immigrant family, and as a result, we were probably among the poorest people in town. But it happened that when we first moved in there, land there was cheap. You know, houses there were cheap. And my parents got a fixer-upper, basically, for next to nothing. Sewstown, that hasn't changed. Even in schools today. Like, I do my best to keep up on what the young generation is doing nowadays, those troublesome Gen Z kids. And, more like I just kind of can't avoid it, considering the amount of time I spend on the internet, but, it seems pretty clear from things that younger people are saying on places where younger people like to hang out nowadays, like Tumblr and whatnot, that, yeah, no, that is not changed at all. The network administrators that high schools are hiring still barely have any clue how to run basic operations on the school computers, much less how to set up any kind of remotely effective security that the kids, who are almost all tech literate now, can't just circumvent. Oh, hello, Oni. Welcome back. This time we are getting ready for the final battle. I'm just bringing everyone up to a level that that was just an example, Venmar. It was one of the first names of young people hangouts that came to mind. Well, Doug, I think it's more related to the fact that younger people are more accustomed to technology. Like, even when I was in high school, I graduated high school in 2003. And the high school that I attended, it was a public school, so it had some funding, but they were definitely short on skilled staff members when it came to computers. You know, almost all of the teachers at this school were baby boomer generation or older. Quite a few of them were even older. And the guy they had pretty much in charge of computer security was... He had to have been in his late 60s at the absolute least. And I remember going into the media center on more than one occasion, and this guy would be in the media center asking the kids to help him set stuff up on the computers because they knew more than he did. There were a couple of pranksters in my school who thought it was hilarious to write batch files with startup commands in them that would immediately cause the school computers to shut down. And then they'd put these files in the startup folders of the media center computers. And so you'd turn on the computer, and it would just immediately turn itself back off again. And, I mean, anybody who's even remotely computer literate, obviously, you know that you can just boot to the BIOS and finish booting the computer in safe mode, and it won't run any of the startup files, and you can just get around it. But this guy, they hired him specifically as a computer expert to run the school's network security. And this practice of these batch files baffled him for months. And nobody said anything because, well, partly because we couldn't believe it, and partly because back then we frankly thought it was hilarious. And it was satisfying to be able to get one over on the adults who were so self-assured and thought they were so cool and so tough and would justify everything they told us to do just by saying, yeah, we're adults and you're kids, so you shut up and listen. And people wonder why I have so little respect for authority. Well, Waltz Queen, he was supposed to at least have some idea what he was doing, you know? And it didn't seem as though he did. I mean, I think the most he ever accomplished was implementing a partial block on certain websites so that they wouldn't be accessible via the school computers. And it didn't take more than about a week until some of the more internet and computer literate kids in the school, and these weren't even high schoolers because the school I attended was a combined middle school and high school. They were in different parts of the building, but they were all part of the same facility. And it ended up being, I think, a few of the middle schoolers at that time who were tech savvy enough to circumvent the block. And I guess they couldn't keep their mouths shut about it because one of them, or more than one of them, I guess, eventually ended up blabbing how to do it, and it spread around the school, and then everyone was circumventing the site block. And people were illegally downloading copyrighted content to the school computers using Napster and burning it to CDs. Like, the school media center just basically became a subsidiary of the Pirate Bay at one point. And the network staff just didn't know what to do about it. It was hilarious and also kind of sad. Yeah, Waltz Queen, those were the days, huh? Yeah, some people were using that, Saburo, but I think it ended up being some other sort of workaround that spread around the school. Well, Denim, it's rarer than people think among adults. Perfect example. My poor mother, I love her to death, but she hates technology. She just cannot figure it out for the life of her, and she bitterly resents the fact that she has to have a laptop just to check her email. She hates it. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to be there the first time she picked out a laptop so that I could help her. She ended up letting herself get talked into buying an absolutely garbage, like an obsolete early 2000s web book or something. I don't even remember what it was she got, but she's had it for probably close to 8 years now. And it is just terrible. It's slow as molasses. It's all kind of problems. It takes forever. It takes like 10 minutes just to start up. So finally, I got tired of her complaining to me and coming to me every time her email wouldn't load, or, you know, the internet back home would, I'd get messages from her and emails from her. And anytime I would go back home to visit, I'd spend the majority of my time at home, you know, at my parents' house, basically helping her, really teaching her the same things that I teach her every time I see her, but that she just forgets because she hates technology so much, she can't retain it. You know, basic things like how to check her email, how to attach files to an email when she needs to send a picture of herself. And so I'd been trying for a while to save up some money to get her a new laptop, because she desperately needs one, and the one she have is, it's time. It's time for that one to go. Finally, a couple of days ago, I had one picked out, and finally a paycheck came in, and I had enough, and so I ordered a new laptop for her, and had it sent to my parents' house. And I'm gonna have to walk her through getting it all set up and transferring all her files over, which is going to be a nightmare because she struggles to keep up with me when I tell her where the power button is. Like, that's the kind of crap that I deal with when it comes to older people and technology. Yeah, Yoda, on the one hand, I can't begrudge them for needing help. On the other hand, the fact that you can teach your parents or your grandparents literally the same simple task like checking their email 10 or 15 times in the space of a month, and each and every time you do, they still have to come back again and ask you how to do it, just because it doesn't sink in. Oh, you too, huh, Soostown and Skewer? Yeah. Well, Vinmara, that's the one saving grace in my family, is that if absolutely nothing else, the one thing my father is maybe kind of good for is, helping my mother with the computer, because he at least is somewhat computer literate. You know, he's, out of both of my parents, he's the more tech-oriented one. And, you know, even I've had to explain to my father the difference between standard definition and high definition. You know, I've had to explain to him the difference between 480p and 720p and 1080p. I had to help even him to pick out a new HD TV. Like, to help him understand what the difference was between the different resolution standards and all of that stuff, But he, at least when it comes to computers, he understands how to turn them on and off and how to check his email. But I think it's just the boomer generation in general that, because they didn't grow up with it, most of them, not all, but in my experience, the vast majority, at least those who weren't explicitly trained in it while it was evolving, seemed to really struggle with it. Yeah, right, Noah Bad. He didn't have that much to spend. Hello, Andreas Martin. Welcome. Yeah, the hypocrisy of parents when it comes to judging their kids' hobbies and passions, Luigi, never ceases to astonish me. Well, he does, Yoda. I never said I do. Venmaru, the difference between 1080p and 1080i is that 1080i resolution uses interlacing to put all of the pixels of the image together in a way that makes sense to your eyes, whereas 1080p uses what's called progressive scan. Progressive scan is generally regarded as being superior to interlacing, because interlacing can create a... depending upon how sensitive your eyes are, but to a certain extent, no matter how sensitive or insensitive they are, interlacing can cause kind of a swimming effect on the image that, first of all, doesn't look as crisp and smooth, and that also, under some circumstances, can actually be disorienting. So 1080p is considered preferable than Maru. Like, progressive scan is somewhat easier on the eyes. Alright, earrings... Remedy. Relic. Experience egg. Flame shield. And actually, we can unequip Tritalk from Strago. Well, 1080 is the y-axis of the screen, Blue Man. You weren't entirely wrong about that. The resolution of 1920 by 1080 means that the screen is 1,920 pixels wide and 1,080 pixels high. So that's what those numbers are. Ouch, Yoda. Yeah, that's rough. Maybe it is time for an upgrade, Yoda. Yeah, Noabad, you just better hope none of those little light gnomes decide they're gonna die on you. Because a dead pixel is the worst. Especially if it's right in the middle of the screen where everyone can see it. Yeah, Puff, if your dad is savvy enough that Netflix is the extent of what he doesn't understand, then you're a fair few steps ahead of a lot of people. We'll just put it that way. Yeah, any dead pixel is bad, Andreas, but it's not quite as bad if it's, say, in the corner. Well, same effect, Puff. You're fortunate that that's the extent of what you have to deal with. As he should, Puff. Besides, Puff, the best part of that is you can spin it as giving back to your dear parents who raised you and put up with you for 18 years. Or for however long. You know, you're doing them a favor. You're helping pay it back. You're earning your keep. Well, Yoda, that is kind of important for them to know, in fairness. Because how else are they supposed to watch Ninja Rocket in Fortnite? Saburo, that's what happens when you just copy-paste stuff, man. Exactly, Noah Bad, exactly. Oh, you did, Saburo, I see. Gloriacious, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. And congrats on 16 months. Yeah, the time does fly, doesn't it? Well, yeah, Seburo, but there are people who don't have anything better to spend their money on. Is that, Seburo, the, like, 155-inch TV that people are calling the wall? Yeah, no, but an 8K TV, though, Saburo. People can eat grass. Yeah, funny thing about that, Venmaro, I wonder why it could be. But these days, that's what you have to do to appeal to the mainstream, Venmaru, is you have to be fake and disingenuous. I never said I do, Oni. I'm just speaking in general. Well, Luigi, but those are folks who are probably equally shallow, aren't they? And to them, that's as far as they look for genuine personality. I see, Oni. I gotcha. I don't know about OG, Yoda. There are people who've been doing this a lot longer than I have, but... my problem, or perhaps one of my best traits, depending on how you choose to look at it, is that I'm not good at being anyone other than myself. I couldn't really if I tried. Like it or not, I am me, and I'm stuck with it. But you know what? The more time that goes by, the more certain I am that I don't mind. Oh, thank you, Luigi. I appreciate it. There's a time and a place, Luigi. You know, there's a time and a place for letting your entire self show through. And there are times when maybe it's better to hold back a little bit, to exercise some restraint. But the nice thing about broadcasting on Twitch is that the less you have to lose, the more genuine you can be. And I don't know, I feel like it's not difficult to be genuine. Doing work like this, you know, broadcasting on Twitch, but it does seem to be difficult to be successful being genuine. Or at least to achieve the levels of success that a lot of the more superficial broadcasters seem to reach. I won't fight with you on that, Mel. Well then, Mario, at least you have the choice. At least you have the ability. I couldn't be someone else even if I wanted to. About the most I'd be able to do is go by a different name. Because at the end of it, I'm pretty much just the person that I am, and I don't really know how to be any other way. Maybe that's for the best. It certainly seems to have served me well in this line of work. Which is ironic, isn't it? Who would have thought that there actually exists a way of supporting oneself where simply being yourself is a key to your success, rather than just stifling your personality and keeping your head down and going with the flow like every other soulless salaryman at the office on the 9-to-5 shift, you know? Sokar, we've been through this. I'm not a Hollywood spy. I'm not running around in foreign countries assassinating people. I work a desk job where I don't really interact with anybody, which is, at least on a face-to-face basis, how I like it. Take it easy, Denim. Have a good night. Yeah, like that'll ever take off, Onyx. That'd be my luck. Sugar Crow, if my hair keeps falling out at the rate it has been, yeah, I am gonna be Hitman in another 4 or 5 years. Hey, Marie, how you doing? It's good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. How are you holding up? That's kind of the point, Sokar, yes. Alright. Brown gets Crusader for, I think, because of her natural MP growth, I think she only needs Crusader for 3 levels rather than 4. Hello, Iga. Yeah, Yoda, but I think that's a pretty big if. Like, that variable is quite uncertain. Is that so, Luigi? Well, we can commiserate together then. Yeah, welcome to the adult club, Marie. Welcome to adult life. Eat, sleep, work, Get up the next day and do that crap all over again. That's why, Marie, you have to make time for yourself. If you can't find time in your schedule, you have to force it. You have to learn to tell people no. You have to learn to tell your boss, you know what, I am taking that vacation. I have the legal right to this paid time off. And so help me, I'm going to use it. Yeah, I'm hanging in, Marie. I hope you're hanging in, too. Yeah, adult life is meh, isn't it? At least on its own it is. You know, I can relate to that, though, Sugar Crow. I can very much appreciate it. Because I was actually really happy when I bought myself a new vacuum a few years ago. Yeah, Cast Code, it is really grating. We get another level or two, and we should be able to switch over to Ultima. Yeah, Iggy, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's the feeling of, hey, I washed the dishes before the food on them had a chance to dry, and make the dishes 5 times harder and more annoying to wash. Nip that problem right in the bud. Knowing that putting in a little bit of work now saves you a lot more work later. It was a nicer vacuum cleaner, Kim, yes. I got myself a Dyson, one of the industrial-grade upright ones, because I have some fairly thick carpeting in my apartment, and I need something that can really get in there and clean that. Also, the Dysons are so easy to clean. They're bagless, so I don't have to screw around with buying freaking vacuum bags, which in itself has probably saved me more money in the years since I bought that vacuum than I would have saved if I bought a cheaper vacuum but had to continue buying vacuum bags. This is the kind of thing only adults will understand or appreciate. Well, Guesty, the Cactar Desert is actually trash for grinding levels. You use that for grinding magic points. Actually. Jeez, Luigi. That is pretty awful. Yeah, no, you're making the right decision, Luigi. It's time to leave that job. If they're gonna treat you like a machine and just work you to death, and then use you up and throw you away like an expendable resource, then maybe they should be expendable. Andreas, if your chat's not working, try giving it a refresh. Damn it, I forgot again. I meant to... Jesus, Luigi, that's, yeah, it's time to go. Guesty, the sandworms only give a maximum of 7,000 experience. You get 20,000 experience here with a single character on a group of tumbleweeds. Or if you manage to run into a brachiosaur in the forest, you get 28,000. Yeah, Andreas, sometimes you just need to refresh Twitch chat. I don't know why it behaves that way. Oh, perfect, Luigi. So that'll probably be at least a slightly more laid-back job. There we go. We only want to get Realm to level 50 before we have to switch to Esper here. No worries, Guesty, and honestly, I ran some comparisons, actually, off-stream, as to a few different areas where the enemies give lots of magic points, and it turns out that for... if you're just blazing through every battle as quickly as possible, and you're trying to do it as efficiently as you can, and not have to spend tons of time out of battle healing and everything, it ends up being that the absolute best and most effective place to grind magic points in the World of Ruin is actually the hidden treasure room in Kefka's Tower, where the only enemies that can be encountered are magic pots. Because magic pots won't do anything to attack you, and if you bring Umaro and 3 other party members who actually have Espers equipped, Umaro will just instantly kill the magic pots on his first turn, because he's the only one who can use a physical attack in that area, and the magic pots only have 100 HP. Yeah, Andreas, it is. It behaves strangely sometimes. Okay. Realm can have Tritalk. Ugh. And we'll grab back some more MP, I guess. Yeah, it does sound that way, Luigi, doesn't it? I think, Luigi, there comes a time when you just learn that simply because a job gives you lots of hours doesn't necessarily mean that it's a secure or even a healthy place to work. Although from the sounds of things, I'm preaching to the choir here, aren't I? Okay, that sound effect is a little bit less jarring. Yeah, no problem, Guesty, and as far as I can tell, the area where I am now is the best for experience points. Because the enemies out here can give you as much as 20,000 experience per battle, and if we go into the dinosaur forest, if you run into a brachiosaur, they can give you even more. Which maybe if we're lucky, we'll actually manage to do. Or if we're unlucky, because brachiosaurs are serious business. They don't mess around. But like this? This is fairly simple business right here. Hello, Rishi. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your ice cream. I hope it was a productive bank appointment. Also, that freaking bite. That's correct, Iggy. Yes, that's the Brachiosaur. The Tyrannosaur is the common encounter here. The Brachiosaur is the rare one. The Brachiosaur is the strongest normal enemy in the game. They have close to 50,000 hit points. They can do 9,999 damage to you if you're not careful. They cast Ultima. They are very, very dangerous. Oh, I see, Rishi. So I guess you really did put the lime in the coconut. Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing about this game, is the way it's balanced. You're already kind of over-leveled for the final boss by the time you're at level 50 or so. I mean, there are still things in the game that are a threat to you at that point, but it's not the final boss. Alright. It's funny, isn't it? The Tyrannosaurs here, they cast Meteor, and they're weak to ice. Because it's almost like their era of history transitioned into an ice age. Yoda, I take it Marble Slab is the name of an ice cream parlor? Oh, yeah, Guesty, that one does take some trial and error. There's a very good chance that you'll be in the wrong place on your first time through the tower. I actually had to go back in 2 or 3 times the other day, Guesty, for that reason, because I forgot which party needed to go which direction in order for Strago to learn, not Quasar, because actually there is a regular enemy in Kefka's Tower that also uses Quasar. So you don't have to learn it from Goddess. You do, however, have to learn Force Field from Doom, because Doom is the only enemy in the game that uses it. Yeah, I get what you mean, Oni. It's kind of monotonous, I realize. I do like the World of Balance overworld theme a little better, for sure. Yoink! Oh, look, and he had 420 MP. Oh, that dank kush is mine now. Little dot guys? Guesty? What? Oniburger, I suspect probably because most games since Turok have decided that it was in their best interest not to be quite that ambitious. Yeah, Guesty movers. What about them? Oh no, not a pincher attack. Whatever am I gonna do? Oh. I sure hope these dinosaurs... Yeah, that's 9,999 damage. I was gonna say, I sure hope they're not immune to fire. Really, Mojo? More like they're trapped here with me. That was 34,000 experience Realm just got there. Technovirus, Merton was mistranslated in this version of the game. It's supposed to be Meltdown, but Japanese L's and R's. I'm using it because even in a pincher attack, Merton will hit both sides of the pincher attack, whereas most other spells will not. Also, yoink! And Merton is a fire elemental spell, Technovirus, that ignores all forms of defense except elemental resistance to fire. So basically, if you have the ability to absorb fire damage as health, which Realm does, you can do something like cast Meltdown, and as long as none of the enemies are healed by fire attacks, Meltdown will simultaneously damage the enemy and heal you. No, Mojo, he's talking about Whirlwind. He's talking about this right here. And yeah, this is worthless. Unless you have perfect magic block, and even if you do, Whirlwind just reduces enemies' health to critical. And it usually misses. It actually kind of sucks. Yeah, I guess what was called White Wind in later games is called Pearl Wind in this game. So we've got Pearl Wind and Whirlwind, which doesn't really help. Well, Iggy, for some reason, everything that was supposed to just be translated as holy in this game, Woolsey instead translated as pearl. I don't know why. Other than, I guess, the color of a pearl, at least a white pearl, maybe having some vague connection to what people envision as being a holy aesthetic. But I digress. Okay. From the GBA version onward, Pabu, I believe it does, yes. If not the GBA version, then definitely the mobile and Steam versions. Meteor is terribly outclassed. Later on, Technovirus, yes. It has its uses in limited situations late in the game, but it's only really useful fairly early. And by the time you become able to really learn it quickly, you've probably already got access to stuff like Ultima and Meltdown and other stuff. Oh, you meant the lore magic Mighty Guard, Guesty. Yeah, you can, but there's a much easier way to learn it from them. You just go to the solitary island where Celis starts out in the World of Ruin, and you bring Relm and Strago and you have Realm sketch one of the sand stingrays, and she'll almost always use Mighty Guard. Because Strago can learn lore magic in this game just from seeing someone else use it. He doesn't actually have to be hit by it, and it doesn't actually have to be used by an enemy. He can learn it from watching Realm use it via sketching an enemy, and he can also learn it from watching Gao use it via a rage. And Guesty, they went so far as to add a mechanic where Strago has to physically see the spell being used in order to learn it. And if he's under the blind status, or if he's asleep, when the spell goes off, then he won't learn it because he literally didn't see it. Technovirus, because you don't gain the ability to learn Ultima till the very end of the game. You have access to Meteor quite a bit sooner, potentially. It is, Dylan. The learning mechanics for Blue Magic were the best in Final Fantasy VI that they've ever been. Well, Juju, there's no reason it can't be both. And frankly, I think it is, but... Yeah, Oni, in terms of just the learning mechanics themselves, it's the best in this game. Right. Don't we all, Luigi? If only we could all go out and fight monsters for a few hours and come home loaded with money. People would be quitting their jobs left and right, and the economy would be tanking because of massive inflation of people just literally pulling money out of monsters' asses after battles. Oh, good, Mojo King. What kind of soup did you make? Well, Pabu, there is something that's sort of funny about that in a macabre kind of way. There we are. Scrapper Blackwell? No, Rishi, I have not. Mr. Diablo, have you played any version of Persona 3? I recommend either Fez or P3P, depending on which of those experiences you think you might like better. And if you haven't already played Nocturne, Nocturne can be quite a bit more challenging. But that would be a good one as well. Oh, okay, thanks, Rishi. I'll look him up. Yeah, Diablo, I agree about Fez. The extra content in P3P was nice, but I wish they hadn't had to sacrifice any of what they cut in order to fit it. Well, they all can, Yoda. Yeah, Mr. Diablo, if you're interested in learning a little bit about Nocturne and what it's all about, I did a playthrough of it on this channel on Twitch not too long ago, And if you search back through the highlights, I highlighted all of it, so you can check it out if you want an idea of what kind of game it is. I remember that being the case, Stormy 1, but I don't think they actually added it until P3P, that you could control your allies other than the main character. Ah, you made it from scratch, Mojo, the old-fashioned way. Very good. Very good indeed. It sounds great. And I'm glad it turned out well. Oni Burger, it's more immersive when you can roam around freely and have direct control over the movement of the character that you're supposed to see as an extension of yourself. Removing that from the game kind of hurts the immersion factor, I think is what you're trying to say. Yeah, Tyrannex, my one major complaint about Fez, other than the fact that it's not the definitive edition of P3, because there is no definitive edition of P3, because the two editions that would have been definitive without each other are so different. Oh, no kidding, Mr. Diablo. Well, I'm just happy to have been able to introduce you to so many games that you turned out to enjoy. Alright, this ought to do for now. Oh, you shush, Yoda. Don't you dare. All right. So the Minerva armor, let me just check. Nullifies fire. Okay, that's fine. On the other hand, I still think we want the flame shield. Well, Oni Burger, this is gonna sound probably a little bit cheesy, but Persona 3 was the first Persona game I ever played. And what drew me into it, I think, more than anything else, other than the battle mechanics, which, apart from not being able to control your other party members, were really interesting to me. It was a very different take on turn-based combat than what I was accustomed to, coming from games like this, you know, from the Final Fantasy series. Because the active time battle system had pretty much set the industry standard for years before that. But when I tried Persona 3 for the first time, a friend actually brought it over to my house and left it there. I became fascinated by it, and by the time I finished it for the first time, largely because of how deeply they delve into, in Persona 3 in particular, some really relatable themes. And I like the cast of Persona 3 best. I felt like they were the most realistic and the most the easiest with whom to empathize. Oh. That sure is a good thing I saved before this. No, you know what? We weren't prepared for this. I should have... This, Guesty, is the enemy that's the most dangerous. Economizers, Fatty Steel, are what these guys drop. And yeah, I was far from ready for that. There. Yeah, Noah Bad, they are. Wouldn't you know it? You know, Technovirus, Gao can actually use shock via one of his rages, which I don't think I have at the moment, but... Hello, Moogle Reaper, welcome! Yeah, Oni, sorry, the Brachiosaur kind of sandbagged that. What I was trying to say was, by the time I finished playing Persona 3 from beginning to end, I felt like I had gotten to know the party members to the extent that I'd actually spent a year in school with them, you know? Like, that's how relatable some of those themes were. Welcome back, Dragon. Yeah, I told you it was cheesy, Oni. But I mean, that's just, it was... The writing in that game was effective enough to leave me with that impression, you know? There we go. Birdmen, Dragon. I think. I could get on board with that, Rishi. I know Dragon could too. Those aren't cats, Luigi. They're evil demons that just happen to take the form of gigantic human-sized cats. Hello, Collins of Bodum. Welcome. Actually, probably ought to... There we go. Heal up. There we go. And I guess we can just use Ultima for now because... it's a little easier. And in fact... yeah, that's fine. That damage is alright with me. Nuke what you want because Ultima's free. Mr. Diablo, thank you so much for the $10 donation! Mr. Diablo says, a small thank you for the massive amount of work you've put in over the years to give us entertainment. well as for introducing me to my two favorite games to get me away from life for a bit. I'm eternally grateful for your efforts. Thank you, Mr. Diablo. I really appreciate it, and as I said before, I'm just glad to have been able to introduce you to some games that you turned out to enjoy. Yeah, Shermo, if there's one thing you'll find out pretty quickly about Dragon is that he's been lots of different places and done lots of different things. Definitely has some life experience, that's for damn sure. You know what I just realized? I forgot to equip Terra with an Esper. Every bloody time. Then again, this is why we save often. Oh, I imagine they are, Guesty. I imagine they're tons of fun. No problem, Mr. Diablo. Thank you so much for joining us. Man. Espers? Oh, damn it. I forgot to remove... Oh, that's a good thing I thought about that. Alright, let's try this again. Realm. Lock. And go. We need to unequip. Yeah, I don't blame you for wanting to get out of that line of work, Dragon. Although I can see how you might have had fun doing it. Hello, Shell Parody, welcome! We are just getting some last preparations out of the way for the final boss. Yeah, Dragon, there's a certain irony to that, isn't there? That hurting people was therapeutic for you. But hey, at least it was all in good fun, right? Well, hey, Dropout, you can't stand there and try to tell me that football, American football, isn't all about some quote-unquote good fun, while the tackles are going in and dudes are smashing their faces and their heads and getting brain damage from the impacts and all that stuff. It's just all some good, wholesome American fun, isn't it? Oni, most of what we've been doing for the past few streams has actually been progressing through the world of Ruin and gathering everyone up. Well, Dragon, but at least, if nothing else, you can say that you had a choice in the matter. If you ask me, it's better than having had no choice at all. Okay, Luigi, good night. Thank you for joining us. Have a good one. Definitely go get some rest. It sounds like you're being drastically overworked. Good night, man. Definitely need some healing over here. Wouldn't quit? How do you mean that, Dragon? Wouldn't quit as in you had tons of endurance? Or wouldn't quit as in you kept getting injured? Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Well, as young people tend to do, don't they, Dragon? We never truly appreciate what we have until it's lost or taken away from us. Isn't that always the way? Best you can do is try and pass that lesson on to someone who's still in a position to benefit from it. Silver lining, Shermo. Oh, there are worse people you could be than Hank Hill, Dragon. You could be Dale and just walk around with sand in your pockets all the time. Oh, what do I want here? Break. Huh. Nice, Mojo. Nice entrance, Kefka is not amused. Nice entrance indeed. Impeccable timing there. suppose it stands to reason that you'd show up for a Final Fantasy VI stream, doesn't it? I don't know what I was expecting. But at any rate, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Alright, let me just make sure. Let me make absolutely sure. Ah, welcome back, Ixolithal. Thank you for stopping in. Again. You've really taken a liking to us, haven't you, Ixolithal? I appreciate that. I'm happy to have you. Yeah, okay, we're good to go. So 7 more levels with Tritalk, 3 with Crusader, and then just a few odd more with Tritalk for the magic bonuses. I appreciate it, Ixolithal. Well, stick around, and you'll probably end up following me on raids to plenty more people who play retro games. Shell parity, because in this game, experience is divided among the party. So if you have 4 active members of the party, you only actually have each member get 1/4 of the amount of experience the monster gives. Whereas if you isolate one member of the party, ideally by petrifying the other 3, because that way you keep them in the active party lineup in battle, and enemies can waste their turns attacking your petrified allies, which does nothing. They don't shatter like they do in later games if they're petrified. They just stand there and basically tank hits for you and take no damage. So it's better than just having a single character alone in the party. It's actually preferable to have 3 petrified members. So that this way the one member who is not petrified gets 4 times the amount of experience that they would if you were fighting with a party of 4. And on top of that, if that character has an experience egg equipped as one of their relics, that doubles the amount of experience that they get. So they end up getting 8 times the normal amount of experience. And you could argue that, well, you're really just dividing the same amount of time in a different way. But to me, this gives you more control over which character gets leveled up and how quickly. And you might not necessarily care about leveling up every character. Like, I don't. I'm not going to bother leveling up Umaro. You know, I'm probably not going to bother leveling up Cyan. And especially because you get some fairly specific stat bonuses on level up if you level up with certain espers equipped. You don't necessarily have enough espers with the stat bonus you want to be able to give to all 4 party members. Like, there are only 2 espers in the game that give you 2 points of magic every level, and that's the most that any esper gives, is +2 magic when you level up. So, at most, if you wanted to level up people who have to benefit from the magic bonuses, the most you'd be able to use at a time was 2 characters. And I just find this easier and quicker and more efficient. Or, at any rate, easier to keep track of. If they shatter after being petrified in the later games, Yoda Jr., they're gone for the rest of that battle, and then at the end of the battle, they turn up in your party and they're just dead and you have to revive them. Exactly, Shell Parody, yes. Super controlled, and also super optimized for speed. Because once you've gotten that character to the level you want them at, you don't have to touch them again. You just take the Esper off of them and give it to someone else who needs it. So this is a form of power leveling, really, I think is what it amounts to. Exactly, Kefka is not amused. You can micromanage. The other thing is, if you have a set of really rare or unique equipment, like, for example, the Paladin Shield, or the Illumina, there's only one of those in the entire game anyway, and if you should happen to want to do your leveling up in the fastest and most efficient way possible, only one character at a time can equip that stuff anyway. So you just transfer those things to the character who currently is being leveled to essentially enable them to dodge any attack and dish out stupid amounts of damage, essentially for free. No, Yoda, because then petrification status would be game-breaking. Like, you would literally be able to lose your characters for good if they got petrified and shattered. And the game would just become unplayable if that happened to you with every character. Like, how unfair would that be? That would be terrible game design. In a roguelike? Something like Rogue Legacy? Yoda, yes, that makes sense, but permadeath is a mechanic that has very limited reasonable applications in video games. Well, shell parody, but that's less efficient anyway. Because then you've got 4 people who have to sacrifice a relic slot. And you're running redundant casts of spells, and then you have to go out of your way to space out the amount of experience that every party member has until their next level. If you should happen to need to switch Espers around, it's just so much easier to only have to deal with one set of level up status bonuses than to have to deal with 4. Plus, with this particular setup, when a character gets good enough at casting magic, you can use the mid-level Ice 2 spell, which is dirt cheap MP-wise, and it'll still do like 7,000 damage to these idiots. Exactly, Kefka is not amused. By leveling people up one at a time, you can ensure that they have the absolute most optimal equipment and Esper for what you want them to be doing. Like, this enables you to essentially use the Paladin Shield and the Illumina to level up everybody who can equip them. Which is everyone when it comes to the Paladin Shield, and it's, I think, most people when it comes to the Illumina. Exactly! Not amused, exactly. And not only is it a way to min-max your stats, but it's a way to min-max them more quickly and efficiently than you would be able to if you were trying to level up all 4 party members at once. Or even 2 or 3 at once. Well, it was renamed that in the later games, Yoda, yes. Alright, so this is a fun one. You see how they're attacking the petrified party members rather than Terra? This is why it's important to have 3 petrified party members here. They literally draw attacks and waste the enemy's turns. Because basically every turn that one of these things hits a petrified party member is effectively a turn where they did nothing to hurt me. So we are going to hit an Ultima here. Exactly, Kefka, yeah. every turn that they don't hurt Terra is a turn that I don't have to spend doing stuff like this. Honestly, I probably should have just finished it then and there, because I could have killed both of them with an Ultima, rather than allowing the battle to go on any further and give them another opportunity to cast Meteor. Now they're after it. Figures. There we go. Spells like Ultima and Meltdown are really important for pincher attacks because they allow you to hit the enemies on both sides of the pincher attack, where ordinarily if you were to just try to use a multi-target Ice 3, for example, that can still only hit one side. And another thing here, this is why we save often. Yeah, Clockwork, there's a lot of that kind of silliness that video games just don't account for. There's a term for that, where the game just expects you to accept it. I forget what the exact term is. Also, another handy thing you can do here is, Osmos is better in Final Fantasy VI than it is in any of the other games in the series. Look at that, I just took almost all his MP in one spell. Interesting turn of phrase, Rishi. Yeah, so see, look at this. Ice 2 is 21 MP, compared to Ice 3, which is 52. It's less than half the amount of MP of Ice 3, and yet it does almost as much damage now. Yes, suspension of disbelief, Clockwork, thank you. That's the term I was looking for. Alright, one more level, and then we switch Terra over to Crusader briefly. And honestly, she's not really... I mean, we're not using Meltdown with Terra, so we might as well just go back to the Aegis Shield. What are we even bothering screwing around here for? Well, Oni, everyone has their favorites, right? It all depends on your personal preference at the end of the day. 94 experience to level up. Maybe we should fight something that's not a dinosaur next. Good night, Sugar Crow. Thank you for joining us. We'll catch you next time. Rest well. Yeah, basically, not amused. There we go. Chew on this. Okay. So Terra gets Crusader until level 50, I think. Wait, Kefka movie? Rishi? What Kefka movie? How have I not heard of this? Oh, Kafka! I was gonna say, Rishi, you... Not gonna lie, you had me in the first half there. You wouldn't have had very much time to make it, Rishi, but I suppose you could have. Yeah, not amused. I was about to do the same. It might have been unintentional, but he really had me going for a minute there. Kefka movie? What the hell? Why did I never hear about that? I see, Rishi. You seem quite confident in your editing skills. Alright, and we can now switch back to Tritalk. Right, keyboard shortcuts in Red Bull. The keyboard shortcuts I use quite a lot during my own editing. Red Bull I'll probably never touch in my life. Because, I mean, I've never been into energy drinks, but my god. Ugh. Well. Yeah, Yoda, no, I can't do it. It's too artificial. I've already got plenty of what I need just from tea, you know? I've heard this before, Rishi. Isn't Isn't it like, goji berry or something like that, that Red Bull is supposed to be based on? It can't possibly still have any trace of the natural berry in it, though, Red Bull. Yeah, Ixolith, I agree. I don't know how Pat chugs that stuff. But I'm perfectly happy with some nice, good quality tea. Or even decent quality tea. Give me that over anything artificial and filled with corn syrup and all kinds of crazy stuff any day of the week. Yeah, that sounds right, Rishi. I remember it being some kind of red berry. Yeah, I would buy that, Rishi. I could believe that. QA is definitely a pretty thankless job. I'm very glad that my my break into the game industry was not through QA. Yeah, Guesty, I've been able to taste a lot of that kind of stuff for years. Ha! Foster Malone, you're British, not American. Oh, actually, wait, no. That works either way. Because of the stereotypes about Brits and sugar. That's right. I take that back, Vosser. There's not really anything I can say to refute that. Oh, yeah! Yeah, Pat had the grocery store job, that's right. The others did QA, I think. Yeah, I believe you're correct about that, Mojo. Yeah, Yoda, you have to chug that while playing Hulk Hogan's entrance music in the background. Oh yeah, that's pretty telling, Rishi. That's the sign that maybe it's time to start thinking about a new job already. Oh yeah, Foster Malone, the high-quality corn syrup from America. The GMO stuff. The good shit. You are correct, Shell Parody. Sweet tea is probably one of the most popular beverages in the American South. Next to moonshine and, antifreeze. You know, Rishi, I'm not entirely sure whether that sounds better or worse. Different kind of syrup, Oni. Very, very different kind of syrup. Yeah, Yoda, the single most redneck thing I've ever witnessed anybody do was, and this was in Connecticut, Yoda, but the guy had a fairly strong southern twang to his speech. My car had developed a leak of some kind. This was back when I was in high school. I was driving a 1978 Ford Mustang, which sounds impressive. Don't tell anyone. It actually had a 4-cylinder engine. It was one of the little, one of the tiny little four-cylinder Mustangs from 78. but it looked old and classic, and it was stylish, and it did actually get quite a bit of attention from the girls in my class, but it sprung a leak in the radiator at some point, and I had it parked at a friend's house. I was visiting a friend, and I had to call a tow truck to bring it to a garage because I didn't want to drive it with coolant leaking from the radiator. And I at the time, I didn't know it was a radiator leak, a coolant leak. So when I called the tow truck, the driver gets out of the tow truck, and he's this very, very, shall we say, rural-looking and sounding guy. Young guy, probably, I don't know, a few years older than me at high school age. He couldn't have been more than like 22 or 23. And he gets out of the truck, and I show him where my car is, and he bends down and lies down on the ground, sticks his head under the engine block, and what does this nut job do? He reaches out his finger, dips it in a puddle of the leaking fluid, and puts it on his tongue. Like, he predated Connor from Detroit Become Human by about 25 years. And he's like, yeah, that's antifreeze. And I'm just standing there staring at him like, did I just witness what I thought I just... Did you... Can we just... Did you just... And he acted like it was no big deal. He just got right back in his truck and brought my car to the garage. And I'm standing there going, well... God bless him, I guess. Live fast and die young. Oh, seriously, Yoda? Unbelievable. Yeah, Black Diamond, it was the first time I'd ever seen anyone do anything remotely like that in my life. And I still have nightmares about it occasionally. It still haunts me. And on that cheerful note, speaking of having nightmares and things that are going to haunt someone... Oh, brilliant idea, Rishi. Every once in a while, Mojo, I wake up, not in my bed, but on the floor, wrapped up in blankets as though I've fallen out of my bed. And on the rare occasion when that does happen, usually it's after seeing Antifreeze Guy's face in my nightmares, just licking his fingers, you know, guzzling antifreeze right out of the bottle. I don't know, Kefka, that's a very Florida man thing to do, is to dip your finger in a puddle of mysterious fluid under a car engine and lick it and go, yup, that's antifreeze. Pardon me while I tell my neighbors I'm going to kill them with kindness and then attempt to murder them with a machete that I named Kindness. Fear me, for I am Florida man. Hello, Shadow Gab. Yeah, Ultima, waking up not in a cold sweat, but covered in antifreeze. Unbelievable, Yoda. That is just giving the universe a big fat middle finger and saying, come at me, bro. Yeah, and also death, Guesty. And on that cheerful note, on the subject of wanting to drink bleach, my buddy Nick is doing a stream of some retro game, which I think might not necessarily be a great retro game, judging by the tone of his voice and what his expectations seem to be. I, for my part, am going to have to call it tonight. Because I am getting extremely tired. The fatigue of trying to readjust my sleep schedule is beginning to catch up with me. I thought we might manage to finish Final Fantasy VI tonight, but I guess it's going to be the day after tomorrow. I think I'm going to try to take tomorrow off, because I do need to use it to catch up with some friends of mine like Dragon and Nick, whom I haven't really been catching up with lately because I've had so many demands placed on me at work. But the day after tomorrow, we will probably be finishing Final Fantasy VI. Maybe not even the day after tomorrow, actually, because it might be that I have to do other things on the 10th. So we'll be finishing it as soon as possible. But anyway, it'll be within the next few days. So thank you all very much for joining me, and I look forward to seeing all of you next time, which hopefully will not be for too long. No problem, Vosser. Hang in there. Have a good rest of your shift. And thank you, Shell Parody. Yeah, sorry, Shadow Gab. It's always a crapshoot when you get here. I might still be going, I might not. But I'll catch you guys in the next couple of days, hopefully. So take care, everybody, and good night to all of you.